Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this second day of this virtual 58th Council meeting of the GEF. Thank you also for being punctual. The suggestions for all of you were posted until a couple of minutes ago. And just a quick reminder that we do have the interpretation services. If anyone wishes to make use of that for their intervention, please announce that just before you start speaking, and remember to speak in short sentences that then facilitate the work of the interpreter. So with that, let me hand over to our chair now, Rishi. Thank you.
Very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and even good night to all of you. Thank you so much for yesterday's very productive, very fruitful, and still kind of human touch of the council. So now we are entering into the next day. I hope that this day is also as successful as yesterday. So today, the first topic of the day is private sector engagement strategy. And this one, I just wanna say a few words and before I asked my staff to come in. Since December, Council, we the Secretariat have conducted quite a number of consultations with interested parties, actually many of you. And through this process, we learned a lot of your issues and concerns and addressed, or actually try to address them in a new draft. And we are hopeful by now that gap has been narrowed and many of you actually have recognized that significant progress has been made to this draft so far. And it's true, there remain several issues, but in our view, many of them can be handled under the implementation plan, which will be presented to the Council in December. So we were hopeful that we will get your approval for PSES at this Council and create an anchor. Then we will work on the implementation plan built on this approved PSES. However, I do admit that even at this stage, we hear some strong reservations on both process and substance. For instance, it was very clearly presented by Stefan yesterday, but also it's not just Switzerland. Several countries expressed their concerns in some way or another, and in their view, PSES and the implementation plan should be discussed together and brought to the December Council together as they are interlinked. And also to some of them, a few issues actually do not belong to implementation, but rather to strategy. So at this stage, while recognizing the work already done, but to not bulldoze unconvinced views, we Secretariat proposed the following, actually 3 things. 1, to discuss PSES at this Council and further advance our understanding or minimizing the gap in thinking, but not to seek approval on the strategy at this Council. 2, to create a working group to actually work on implementation plan, which is aligned with the current draft PSES. And 3, to bring both PSES and the implementation plan together to December Council for approval. So if it goes like that, the proposed decision be also amended to actually to bring those pieces together. So actually the Council actually take note of the significant progress made in the formulation of the private sector engagement strategy, and the Council requested the GEF Secretariat to prepare an implementation plan to be presented for consideration and approval by the Council at 59th Council meeting alongside a revised private sector engagement strategy. And to support this work, the Council further requests that a working group of interested Council members and the GEF Secretariat be created to support the development of both elements of the strategy. So this is a kind of our proposal to you for this session. And with that, I would like to now invite Matthew to present the paper, but actually the focusing on two things: how to improve, how we have improved PSES since December. What are the new elements and how we handle your concern, but also what kind of issues can be handled under implementation plan. So I hope that we can spend the next 30 minutes to really strategize our way forward so that we can have a very successful December council meeting on both strategy and the implementation plan together. So with that, I would like to invite Matthew to present our paper. Matthew, please come in.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's a pleasure to present this morning, this afternoon, this evening, the GEF private sector engagement strategy. This strategy supports a vision. It supports a vision in which the private sector at all scales is working throughout the GEF partnership to transform economic systems and markets to the level that we can address the drivers of environmental degradation and support a reversal in the unsustainable global trends that we see at present, whilst at the same time expanding on the delivery of global environmental benefits such that they can occur faster, at a larger scale, and of course are more durable than could otherwise be achieved without the private sector. I noted yesterday there was a strong council member interest in the effects of COVID-19, and I think the pandemic actually creates an even greater emphasis on the need to more systematically engage with the private sector so that we can capitalize on this current head of steam, this current momentum in the private sector to build it back better and build it back greener. And this strategy sets out to orient the GEF towards actions in mainstreaming the private sector throughout the GEF partnership. And of course, this is being done without any changes to resourcing of the STAR, and certainly without any changes to the agreed procedures that we have in place to work with countries and on their national priorities. Based on the council member feedback and of course the consultations we have undertaken through ECWs and through the GEF agencies, we've now included new sections in the PSES. So in addition to the vision that I just outlined, we have a preface for context. We elaborate further on the relationship between Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, noting their complementarities. We have a typology and modalities of engagement with the private sector. We have a section on risk management, knowledge management, inclusivity, recognizing the broad range of actors that represent the private sector, a section on metrics, and we identify some of those areas in which we will further develop in the form of an implementation plan. Now, to better engage the private sector as agents of market transformation, the PSES is built on three core elements. The first is working strategically with multi-stakeholder platforms to achieve scale and impact, recognizing that we won't be able to do that with working with individual companies or with individual sectors. We must achieve that systems orientation. The second is to support multiple entry points for the private sector. So a widened engagement that recognizes the value of the private sector contributions at the local, the regional, the national, and indeed the global level. And the third element, of course, is to recognise what we can do internally within the GEF to support crowding in of the private sector. So to better manage, coordinate and report on private sector engagement. Bringing these elements together, we can develop an effective response to private sector engagement. But the PSES doesn't have all of the answers to all of the questions, but it does give us a good basis upon which we can structure actions in the implementation plan. The plan, through a consultative process, as outlined by Madam Chair, with the collective input of council members so that we may realise the PSES vision. When we look at this implementation plan, I would draw your attention to the first 4 areas. I think these are the key areas that are most important and have been identified as being priorities from council members. The first is to develop a timeline with milestones, a calendar of priority events, a reporting framework with defined metrics, and a work plan for engagement with the GEF agencies with those intended outcomes. And then in response to the IEO review that well identified the need for a management information system, that again will be something that be incorporated. To support engagements as outlined in core element B, we will have a suite of other products and actions that will help countries engage and close some of the capacity gaps that have been reported as well. So we would like to thank all of those council members and indeed other participants on the call this morning that have helped build this PSES. And we'd like to thank those council members that have already expressed an interest in joining a working group for the implementation plan. And we look forward to working with you in preparation for council meeting 59. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. So now I would like to open the floor and to hear your comments and views and the questions. So the council members, and please raise your hand, and I'd like to ask William to manage the speakers list. Floor is open.
Thank you. First speaker is Peter Elder from Australia.
Thank you, William. Thank you, Naoko, and thank you, Matthew, for a crisp presentation on what is, I think, a very considered, a very comprehensive, and also a very careful document that was circulated ahead of the Council. Recognising the weight of comments received, and I'd like to thank the Secretariat for agreeing to Council members' request that those comments be circulated to all members before the meeting. I think the pathway that you've stepped out is logical and will allow us as the Council to, I think, catch up perhaps to where the work has got to, and as detailed in the engagement strategy document. I think it's no surprise to most council members, and certainly to Matthew and others in the Secretariat, that I and this seat were ready to adopt this strategy today, building on the conversation at the previous council meeting and interactions that we've had with the Secretariat since. But I do absolutely recognise that perhaps not all council members are at that point yet, and I think it's important that we move together as one, and therefore we should wait and use the time between this meeting and the next to further build knowledge and take council members' reflections on the direction of travel. I particularly welcome, Matthew, the outline of the implementation plan that you have sketched out for us this morning. I think that will give many of us confidence going forward. So in conclusion, really, I would just like to say, again, this is a very, very impressive piece of work that the entire GEF Secretariat and GEF partnership can be proud of. It does merit, I think, all council members taking the time to go through it carefully and to engage with the process stepped out. We spoke yesterday about the power of the GEF as a catalyzer, and I think this is an avenue where there's untapped potential for further catalytic interventions by the GEF and further catalytic partnerships. We talked about systems change, and we talked about transformational change, and I fully believe that the DNA of the GEF in driving those outcomes is seeded through this document and through this work. So I'd like to very strongly welcome the work that's gone into this to date, welcome the steps detailed today for taking it forward, and look forward to the development, the creation of the working group, where I and the C would very much like to be part of that process. One final word, however, is I recognise that not all council members have the time, the capacity to engage in working group discussions. So while a working group is a valuable addition, I think it does not detract from the need also ahead of the next council meeting for perhaps I'll call it enhanced consultations with the full council to prepare us for the discussion in the 59th meeting. But once again, thank you very much, and a strong endorsement for the direction of travel that we're taking and continuing to keep up momentum on this important body of work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Next is Matthew from the USA, followed by Lucy from the CSOs.
Thank you, William. I'd like to very much welcome this revised private sector engagement strategy, and I'd like to thank the Secretariat and the Private Sector Advisory Group for their work in developing it, and indeed for the very consultative process the Secretariat followed in revising and strengthening the strategy. I mean, we believe that deeper and more sustained collaboration with the private sector has the potential to make important contributions to the success of the GEF's mission. And we think the strategy rightly highlights the importance of engaging with the private sector in a variety of ways, in diverse fora, and offering many entry points for collaborating with the GEF. We also welcome the inclusion of a focus on risk management and inclusivity, particularly a focus on women, Indigenous communities, and other marginalized groups. So we would have been happy to approve the strategy today, but we, as others, I think, recognize that some colleagues are not there yet, and so more work needs to be done to ensure it's a strategy supported by all. I think, if there is a working group put together to work on this, sort of echoing Peter's point, that can be a helpful mechanism to move things forward. But indeed, there does need to be a process to bring the whole council along. That notwithstanding, I think we'd be interested in engaging in any working group that's put together on this. And so, with that, I think we hope we can be in a position to approve both this and the strategy and the implementation plan at the next council meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew. Next speaker is Lucy from the CSOs, followed by Aparna from India.
Thank you very much, William, and now Koishi and Matthew. IPAC, the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, welcomes the GEF private sector strategy and notes the revenues, employment, and resource use from Indigenous peoples' commercial activities, a frequent use for support to the livelihoods and well-being of Indigenous peoples, their cultural heritage, and connection to the land and sea. There are many examples of the involvement of the private sector with Indigenous peoples, and these have been both positive and negative. It is important that relevant lessons are identified to inform the implementation of the GEF private sector strategy. As it relates to Indigenous peoples, this is a role of private sector and innovation financing mechanism, such as payment for ecosystem services and carbon credits. But this must be directed by Indigenous peoples and reflect their needs and requirements. Focused capacity building and institutional strengthening for Indigenous peoples in relation to private sector involvement is also important, noting that many Indigenous peoples or communities do not have knowledge or skills of business development and to negotiate on equal footing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucy. Next is Aparna, followed by Anar from Canada.
Thank you. Thank you, Nako, and a very big thank you to Matthew. Actually, Matthew has been very assiduous in communication in trying to put together the varying voices he is hearing, and we do see a lot of improvement in the strategy paper, and I would like to thank Matthew for this. I know it must have been a rough road, a long one, and there is still some distance ahead of us. My request to you is not to allow yourself to get frustrated. This is the nature of the beast. The council may take a little longer, but we arrive at a point where there is a maximum buy-in, and that would be important for the successful implementation and support of the strategy. So thank you very much for staying the course and making these improvements. I particularly like the entire section on inclusivity that has been included, that has been incorporated in the strategy. I think that is a very important, not only incorporation, but also a very important messaging. Like others, we are happy with the improvements, but think maybe that there it would be good to have further more intense consultations. I would like to say that there are three things that we would like the consultations to focus on. One is role clarity. The second is regulatory issues. And the third is reputational issues. In role clarity, while we understand that this will be a global strategy, we believe it is important to clarify the roles at various levels. The GEF Secretariat, the country governments, the local communities, and this is going to be important to be able to also ensure that there is a robust framework, governance framework, for ensuring that the strategy is implemented in the intended manner. For example, unless we have consultations with the council and with the country governments at the time of selecting areas in which we will work under the strategy, or multi-stakeholder platforms that we will engage with, there is a likelihood that there will not be follow-up at the next level. Second, as regards regulatory capacity, we suggest that PSES should be mindful of the variability in regulatory capacities in the developing countries and should try to explore whether GEF Secretariat has the capabilities of advising and supporting governments to create these regulatory frameworks, or we need other partners to help us catalyze these frameworks, these policy changes in the governments where we would like to, in the countries where we would like to introduce private sector engagement. And the need for this robust regulatory structure is because without its presence, the private sector engagement could potentially result in regulatory capture and environmental harm, which would be the exact opposite of what we are trying to achieve. Regulatory capacity is also required to manage innovation, which we believe will be a huge input from private sector engagement, equity, transparency. The third issue is reputational issues. We are a little concerned, and probably this was the key point in our constituency, that one of the statements made in this document, and probably it is derived from other sources, is that the star allocation is a major constraint to private sector engagement. The reputation of GEF as mainly a rule-based and rules-driven fair, equitable allocation of resources using the star system should not be eroded. We feel that is going to be important. And in reputation, we are also concerned that in addition to multiple entry points and multiple levels of interaction with the corporates, and we thank you for introducing MSMEs, we are also keen that micro enterprises should be taken into account and specifically mentioned, as also CSOs that work in providing livelihood by the proper management of natural resources. We have a couple of small states in our constituencies, and they were particularly keen that this should come out. So these are some of the outlying features that we would like to see in the strategy and reflected in the implementation plan. So we support the way forward suggested by NAOCO. And again, thank you and commend you, Matthew, for the work that you're doing on our behalf. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Aparna. Next speaker is Anar, followed by Yoshitomo from Japan.
Thank you very much, William, and thank you, Matthew, for your presentation and for all the work that you've done on this document so far. From our perspective, it's important that we continue to make progress on this important issue, but it's also critical that we get our approach correct. And so for that reason, we appreciate the revised decision that has been put forward for consideration right now. Because for one thing, we think that it takes into account concerns about the consultation process that had been undertaken with this particular document since December. But it also allows for the opportunity to have a stronger document and for us to consider the strategy and the implementation plan together. And I think that as a result, we'll be in a better situation come December. From a substantive perspective, we think that this version is significantly more comprehensive, actionable, and accountable than the previous version. But we think it could still benefit from taking into consideration issues like the links between Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. And, you know, although there has been some progress in identifying and describing that relationship, we think that the synergies between the two pillars remains underdeveloped and are sometimes unclear. Similarly, on results reporting, we think there's a need for further work. And so we think that in this interim period that there's an opportunity to strengthen the document and to move forward in a more comprehensive manner. And so for these reasons, we support the revised decision, and we're looking forward to working with everyone to ensure a more strong and considered approach to the private sector going forward. I would just join the calls that by Peter and Matthew that in addition to the working group, there needs to be more enhanced consultation with the entire council in the interim period as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anar. Next speaker is Yoshitomo, followed by Manrique from Argentina.
Thank you, William, and thank you, Matthew, Madam Chair, for this work, especially for Matthew, very concise presentation and the documents. Firstly, we'd like to greatly thank you, the Secretary, I suppose it's Matthew, for responding to our questions that we provided prior to the meeting. And we have been discussing internally on the responses. And for this meeting, we were in a position to actually approve the proposed decision, original decision. But having carefully listening to other colleagues' ideas that further deliberation is necessary, we basically agreed to that. And we think further in-depth discussion, especially but not only limited to things like inclusiveness issues or providing more of a kind of a guidance or how to access GEF resources for the private sector issues, or maybe engagement of expert specialists from international organizations. Things like that can be further discussed until the next council meeting in December. And we think it's pretty logical to take up both the strategy and also the implementation plan together. So in that sense, we support the proposed way forward as presented by the Madam Chair to take up this issue in December. And also for the working group, we are very keen to participate in such a discussion because of our strong interest on this important topic. So, and also I agree with Peter, Matthew, that the working group process should not be is a closed process, but whatever comes up from that discussion should also be shared among the whole council membership. So that I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Yoshitomo. Next is Manrique, followed by Rachna from Mauritius.
Thank you, William, and good morning to everybody. Thanks, Naoko, for the presentation and for proposing the next steps with regards to this very important issue. In principle, we agree with the idea of a working group, and we are ready to get engaged. We think this is a very, very important issue, not only in GEF, in the GEF family, in all the multilateral world. Currently, the discussion on how the private sector has to engage is a very important one. So that said, thank you, Matthew, for this very important document. We consider this a big improvement with respect to the last Council document. However, of course, there are still some things we need to go on working in. With regards to private sector itself, there is something very important from the point of view of our countries, developing countries. Yesterday, here in the room, it was said, underlined, that we have very small enterprises and multinational enterprises as well, working in our countries. So one very important point is how to define the private sector we are targeting. This is a very, just to start. Then, of course, there is no clear definition of what is that. We don't have to work on a definition. What I mean is we have to take into account the different situations in different regions. Second, it's very important for us the issue of transparency. Governments and operational focal points have to know and be informed about the projects in which the private sector is involved. We currently are facing some difficulties related with non-grant instrument projects. In some cases, currently, just now, governments, operational focal points, national focal points don't have any idea of what is happening with some projects. So the consultation mechanism is very important. When the project is being developed, previous to CEO endorsement, after CEO endorsement, and then in the evaluation and accountancy phase at the end. Matthew talked about multi-stakeholder platforms, how to support multiple entry points, and what can we do in GEF to support on private sector engagement. These are maybe the three possible issues that the working group could think of, and others that I have said before as well. It's very important to take into account the synergies between the grant projects and the non-grant projects, mainly to avoid inefficiencies in allocation of human resources and financial resources as well. Then, we do not agree with the idea that the STAR mechanism limits the way in which private sector can work with GEF. For us, the STAR, it may not be a perfect tool, but it's a very important tool. And this is, of course, something that we should keep for the next replenishment cycle. It is key to define the framework in which the implementation agencies will operate and that they work closely together with national focal points. We agree with the idea that a change in systems will not take place without the private sector. That requires a dialogue with governments, and not only at national level, also at subnational level. We should not forget that the main function of GEF is to help recipient countries to cope with the commitments in the multilateral environmental conventions and instruments, according with what is stated in the GEF instrument itself. This means that GEF recipient countries receive financial funds to implement projects and programs. This mechanism is the basis of GEF. And then, of course, on evaluation and accountancy, it is very important that the evaluation reports related with projects in which private sector is involved includes information on impacts of these projects, because I think Aparna has mentioned before something on this issue as well. It's very important that we don't end with opposite results. This is also a matter of great concern. Thank you very much, William.
Thank you, Manrique. Next is
William?
Yeah, sorry.
This is Naoko. Just could you just tell us that how many more speakers on the list?
We have about 11 or 12.
Okay. Yeah, just would like to remind every one of you, just please be concise and to your point, and I'm just trying to manage the time. Thank you so much for your collaboration.
So thank you. So Rachna next, followed by Cordula from Germany.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for the GEF Secretariat for this revised paper. It is definitely an improvement compared to the last paper which we received in the last council. We have gone through the comments made by Japan and the answers provided, and other constituency members, and answers provided by the GEF Secretariat. However, we see that there are some points which are not clear, and I think it will be good if these points could be taken in the implementation. For example, the paper elaborates that what to do, like what the private sector engagement should do. But it doesn't go deeper to say how the process of, for example, selection process will be. We know for the star allocation, country allocations, we have the national dialogue, we have the process of selecting priority projects, the focal point endorsement. For SGP, we have the National Steering Committee, the call for proposal for selection, National Steering Committee, which validates and selects the project. But here it is not clear how the process of selection will be. Secondly, how the process of approval will be. I see that in paragraph 42D, you mentioned CEO endorsement, public accountability, but it's not clear how, whether the GEF Council also will be able to endorse this project, or how the process of approval will be. Then how do you ensure due diligence and avoid reputational risk? Because the paper also mentioned philanthropic money and all this. So how do we ensure that these money are clean money? Thirdly, again, I will go on the basis of accountability. Paragraph 42 mentions again public accountability. But this is very vast. Doesn't, at the end of the day, how to do it? Then there is another thing, how do we ensure that private sector engagement of line with the regulatory framework and legal framework of the country? This is very important. And then on the entry points, you mentioned SMEs, which is good. But we have to take into account that the private sector, including SMEs in different countries, are different. If I take my example, SIDS in Mauritius, private sector engagement, a private sector can be big in a SID island, but they do not form part of the international platform. So how do we ensure that when you're saying that private sector will be engaged, all countries' private sector will have the same information, the same way to enter the process. They are not left to be. And then finally, I agree with Manvik regarding the paragraph 13, where it mentions that the star allocation is a constraint to the private sector. Here, I would like to mention that the star, without being prescriptive for us to engage with the private sector, if you look at the co-financing figures, there are a lot of private sector engagement without this prescription. So we can't say that star is a constraint when in the definition of star and the definition of co-financing, there's never been it was not there for the private sector, a mandatory engagement. So we can't say it's a constraint unless it was mandatory. So in light of this, I agree with the decision that we prefer this private sector engagement strategy be approved alongside with the implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachna. Next is Cordula, followed by Marita from Sweden.
Thank you. Well, we would like to thank the Secretariat and especially Matthew for its work to revise the private sector engagement strategy in line with our suggestions and feedback in the last council meeting, and despite the difficult circumstances. We would like to reiterate that our full support to the objective of increased engagement and mobilization of the private sector, and thus the formulation of the strategy that we are discussing today. We would, however, not have been amongst those that would have been ready to accept the document as it stands. So we are very happy with the proposal that's coming ahead. Naoko has just made. Our expectations for the strategy can broadly be summed up into 3 areas, which are strategic focus, additionality, and fit for purpose. In terms of strategic focus, we expect the document to provide a clear long-term vision for the GEF partnership in this area. This includes defining the GEF's role as a part of the broader environmental and climate finance architecture, as well as its competitive advantage vis-à-vis its partner agencies and other multilateral agencies. An introductory statement on these issues in section 1 or 2 would be helpful. Looking at additionality, our expectation is that precise criteria and conditions under which GEF cooperates with the private sector are defined. Greenwashing and reputational risks need to be avoided, and clear guidance provided to the private sector. Section 5 on risk management should provide or at least announce the definition of such criteria. I think others already mentioned this aspect. In terms of the strategy being fit for purpose, we expect that clear guidance and criteria are provided to ensure that all activities effectively reach beneficiaries in eligible GEF recipient countries. This also applies to more systemic approaches, such as multi-stakeholder platforms. In section 3, each element of the strategy should lay out a theory of change, defining how activities can reach beneficiaries on the ground. This requirement should then also be reflected in calls for proposals and project designs. We are very happy to provide our comments also in written form to the working group in order to facilitate discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cordula. Next is Marita, followed by Ben from the UK.
Thank you, William. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you very much to Matthew for the presentation and for the progress so far with the strategy. I think I can be quite brief. We are in a similar place to others. we would have been ready to approve the strategy today, but we also think the arguments put forward by many of my colleagues are very relevant, and we are ready to support the process forward as suggested by Naoko. We have also taken note of the written comments, and we share many of the comments that have been raised. We would also be interested in joining a working group if possible. I think we will be a quite big working group. We also think the consultations suggested by some colleagues are important. Finally, I'd just like to support the comments made by Aparna. I think the issues she addressed on regulatory frameworks and the need for capacity building are very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marita. Next is Ben, followed by Stefan from Switzerland.
Thanks very much, William, and many thanks to Matthew for the document, and also for the very clear and precise presentation. Also, thanks for the outreach you've provided since December. We welcome the progress that GEF Secretariat, I think, has made since the 57th Council meeting and has updated in light of the comments then. We believe most of those comments were taken on board and provided some helpful clarity. For example, the relationship between pillars 1 and 2, but we also note the concerns that Anna made about that. While I agree with others that this document is not perfect, we believe this should not have been an endpoint, but a starting point. I think it provides a useful marker for where the GEF Secretariat and the Council have reached so far. There's been good progress, but also it's worth just emphasizing that I don't think we should be making the perfect the enemy of the good. I think we believe that there was enough work achieved so far to endorse this paper and move on to the implementation plan for consideration at 59th Council. However, like others have said, we totally respect the comments made by others and some very useful contributions made this morning, and clearly the need for more engagement as we go on towards the 59th Council meeting. From our side, it'd be useful to hear, again, not now, but later maybe, is in terms of what sort of level of resources is needed both within the GEF Secretariat and outside the GEF Secretariat to take this work forward. And I assume that this will be covered in more detail within the implementation plan. So we look forward to staying engaged in this work as it moves forward. And we're interested to join the working group, as others have said, and also particularly to understand in more detail some of the concerns that council members have made today and in writing. So in brief, we're happy to go forward as proposed by Naoko. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Next is Stefan, followed by Sano from the CSOs.
Thank you, and thank you particularly to the Secretariat and Matthew for the new document and for the presentation. We acknowledge the progress that was made on the document, and we are thankful for the increased transparency by circulating comments that were made by various council members. We were amongst those that expressed concerns, hesitance to adopt the document today, and hence we welcome the proposed way forward and also welcome the revised decision text. Considering strategy and implementation plan together in parallel may be slightly unusual, not what they tell you in the case books, but in this case, we believe this may actually be beneficial and helpful. When we move forward on this, we believe 3 points need to be particularly looked at. One is inclusiveness. Other colleagues referred to that. And when I mean inclusiveness, it's not just including council members, but of course also CSOs and the agencies, which some of them have exhaustive experience with the private sector, engaging with the private sector. So keep them on board, but in particular, keep all of the council members on board in the countries and the constituencies. Second one is respecting the diversity. There's not one private sector. Again, several of you have referred to that. It is country specific, and it needs to go beyond the big multinational companies. And the third point is what we would like to see in particular in the strategy in combination with the implementation plan is a greater clarity about who does what. And that was probably our biggest stumbling block. So we're happy to move forward as proposed and to adopt the revised decision. Thank you. Over.
Thank you, Stefan. Next is Sanu, followed by Nuruddin from Russia.
This is a much more improved version from the last session we have seen before. So, but there are some points that I would like to flag up. One is like in the para 3, page number 4, under looking forward to coming decade 2020, 2030, something. So we want to see there the progress of the private sector engagement and its implementation of the GEF objectives. It should be visible, it should be measurable, it should be quantifiable, so that as a result, the private sector's contribution can be monitored. And to monitor it, there is an example of PPCR investment projects. There are many countries, you are aware. So they have a monitoring and reporting toolkit. That can be one example. So fortunately, I was engaged since 2012 in this process with the private sector and my ISO background, so that helps to understand. So if we want to do this one, then we need to have structured, well-functioning and defined private sectors. When, how, who will engage. As for example, we need to clarify very clearly that are we focusing on the local small companies or medium companies or country companies or multinational companies. So that also we need to work on it. And then we need to also do the economic analysis. Economic analysis, that means if we engage a multinational company, what is the economic benefit to the economic and environmental benefit to the country? And if we engage a country-specific company, private company from the same country, what is the economic and environmental benefit? And based on that, the decision should be made. It will help us. And we appreciate the 3 core elements: system orientation, external and internal. So this, if we want to see the systematic approaches of the progress, then we need to define, as for example, we talked about by 2030, we need to break down it even smaller time frame, like GEF 8, what from the private sector on to see, GEF 9, what the private sector on to see, and then at the end of SDG 2030, what the private sector want to contribute. Because this is the contribution of the GEF, and there is no other, there is no other greater agencies, the facilities like the GEF. So we need to have something visible contributions to the global environments, and private sector can be one of the very, very important tool to do that. And I also want to thank the comments from Australia, India, Canada, and Sweden that we agree. So for that, I am not repeating it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next is Nuruddin from Russia, followed by Pavic from Thailand.
Good morning, Naoko, William, and good time of the day to all our colleagues. I'll try to be short and raise only the systematic issues, not getting into the details. First of all, thank you for the presentation and the sustainability of our work since we raised this issue of private sector engagement on the previous councils. So I think that it will be good to continue the work on this. In this regard, I think that the strategy, as already being mentioned by a number of my colleagues, we should adopt in general as a principle, since we see that the issue is very complex. It gives the opportunities, at the same time challenges and risks. In this regard, of course, we support the general of the strategy, but of course we will need to add issues raised by a number of the council members. In the same regard, I think that we need to support, and we support the working group, which should elaborate further on these basics of the strategies, making it more effective and adoptable. It cannot be a unified document, since there is a number of issues as regulatory risk management, etc., etc. So on the working group, the streamlined plan of action of the working group, I think may help us, because the number of issues are too many to be fully decided at one meeting in one go. Next, regarding the involvement of the private sector, here also we have no limits, but also no limit of the risks. We can talk about the business and biodiversity as well, have a number of programs. We have a number of businesses which are acting in the interest when, for example, in the Arctic, we raised, for example, from the governmental side, 2 million, but the companies are raising 300. So there is the opportunities, but also, of course, the issues of the relationship between the government structures, private sector, etc., they remain. And in this regard, I should also propose that we should think about extension of the private sector advisory group, not only until the strategy will be put in place, but further on continuing the engagement with the civil society and the indigenous people. We have such an example in the OECD when we have the BIAC group, which is actively participating. The same like CSO is participating in the GEF meetings. So maybe we should think about making this private sector advisory group to be their work to be extended after the strategy will be in place to monitor its implementation. And also another proposal, also maybe it will be good to think about launching a number of the pilot projects where we can consider the best practices, and by practical implementation, we'll see what are the risks, opportunities, challenges we face. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another 10 speakers ahead. Pavic is next, followed by Adriana from Ecuador.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Matthew, for substantive presentation. And I'd like to welcome and support the proposal of the NAOCO. For East Asia constituency, I would like to raise a couple points. Firstly, it's very important to us that we would like the GEF Secretariat in sharing the comprehensive information on the private sector engagement through regional or national workshop or the meeting, in order to increase knowledge and understanding of the country, as well as promote the establishment of the national and regional network. The second point is now we're facing the COVID-19, therefore it's affected business operation all over the world. And therefore I would like to Secretariat to consideration at this issue and be more comprehensive to develop the strategy and implementation plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pavic. Next is Adriana from Ecuador, followed by Tanya from Finland.
Thank you, William. The Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador constituency considers that the current version of the strategy shows good improvements regarding to the previous version presented. And we are glad to see that most of the comments made the last council were integrated. However, we also believe that there is still place for some adjustments So we welcome the previous interventions about to create a working group to have further discussions on this issue, and we will be very happy to join this group as well. Particularly, we have concern regarding the view on the role of the STAR in the involvement of private sector. In paragraph 13, for example, it is stated that private sector investment only account for 60% of co-financing across the portfolio, making the STAR one constraint to greater private sector engagement. We think that STAR functions are related to providing global environmental benefits and compliance with international commitments for environmental multilateral agreements. The involvement of private sector provides added value, and it is crucial to scale up this effort. And we do not see any opposition between both of them. The STAR should not be seen as a constraint for this involvement. On the contrary, the private sector must be seen as an ally to potentiate the STAR. In the same line, we are intrigued about the mention on paragraph 28 of the need of building flexibility within GEF funding cycles to enhance private sector engagement. We will appreciate further clarity on what that flexibilization entails and what processes or mechanisms especially should become more flexible. Also, we think that the document has the potential of enhancing its scope and including global processes at the multilateral level, such as the post-2020 biodiversity framework, where the involvement of the private sector in the adoption of ambitious commitments that reinforce sustainable development and reduce the loss of biodiversity, among other global environmental benefits, is essential. In this regard, the strategy could take into account the guidelines for private sector involvement that will be agreed in the post-2020 global framework of the Convention on Biological Diversity. Also, it's not clear how the strategy will be implemented and also how to attract or motivate the private sector to engage the GEF. We have to think that the private sector will be looking after a win-win situation. Then it's important for recipient countries that the GEF continue to be primarily a grant instrument, and the strategy must ensure that the private sector involved in GEF projects or programs take into consideration the country's priorities and in environmental issues. Saying that, we support what our colleague Manrique said about the problems we are facing as focal points about the NGI projects and its relation with national priorities. Finally, the private sector should be invited to contribute and scale up the government's efforts and results obtained from STAR. The GEF could support these synergies by facilitating communication between both through initiatives such as the non-grant instruments. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. Next is Tanya, followed by Paola from Italy.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the revised document and the presentation. We wish to welcome the efforts of inclusivity in the strategy, namely indigenous peoples, smallholders, civil society, and the promotion of gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. However, we think that the strategy still lacks greater incentives for the private sector, and we would like to see an even more focused strategy. The strategy could further demonstrate the GEF's development impact. It should also reflect the SDGs and be more strongly linked to the GEF's development targets and focal areas. We also wish to see more in detail how the private sector can engage better with the GEF from project design and conception in order to make further engagement less challenging, and what role the private sector should play in the early phase of the project design. To conclude, we see that the strategy is still not ready to be endorsed now, and we agree with the proposal to have a revised strategy approved in December Council, together with a concrete implementation plan in order not to further delay the implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tanya. Paula, followed by Narges from Iran.
Thank you very much, William, and thank you, Naoko, for your suggested way forward, which we support. You will recall yesterday I was among those who expressed reservations on this draft, which is a good draft, but we believe that a further round is necessary and is beneficial. And especially an especially good proposal is that of considering the strategy together with the implementation plan. In this case, I think it's very appropriate. Like others, we welcome the creation of a working group, but of course, provided that the full council remains fully engaged. On the substance, very quickly, three or rather 4 points. The first and the most important one for us is we're not very happy about how the notion of additionality has been treated in this draft. And in particular, there is a reference to the DCED paper, but no reference, surprisingly a bit, to the MDB's harmonized framework for additionality in private sector operations, which was agreed by pretty much all MDBs in 2018, and which is provides a very good reference, not only in defining the principle of additionalities, categories, but most of all, the operationalization of this principle, and the types of evidence which are needed to demonstrate additionality. There is already, I mean, if you look at the paper on non-grant instrument program, there is a reference which I think condenses very well the notion, but in this overarching strategy, we believe it would be very important for this to be featured as you know, more prominently as a guiding principle for the GEF interventions in this sector. Briefly, we support Cordula remark on the strategic focus, the need for you know, spelling that out clearly, and the results reporting, which Canada also mentioned. Finally, I'm very pleased to see a section on the indigenous peoples, and recommend listening to what the, I mean, incorporating what the indigenous people representative told us before. Thank you. Over.
Thank you, Paula. Next is Narges, followed by Tobias from Denmark.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Naoko, William, and Matthew. As the COVID-19 crisis unfolds, more and more countries are seeking immediate measures to protect private sectors from contracting COVID-19, as well as options for responding to the detrimental employment-related effects of the crisis in the medium and long term. Although Corona made value of green jobs more visible, they are facing economic difficulties due to the lack of infrastructures in many developing countries. The lesson learned from the current situation should help the green private sector. Indeed, I recommend to the Council to more consideration them for helping the green private sectors in this situation, and in particular to help expand the infrastructure of these jobs. This will be in context of SDGs too. Also, I would like to emphasize some comments and recommendations that my colleagues already have delivered regarding ensuring effective ownership of private sector's engagement strategy, feasible with national law and dialogue, and ensure the effective work of green finance. I encourage create a working group while support Nuruddin consideration regarding the working group and also advisory group. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Narges. Next is Tobias, followed by Victoria from Austria.
Thank you for the presentation, and to the Secretariat and especially Matthew for all your efforts to develop this revised document through very extensive consultations. We very much appreciate that. And to us, the document has been significantly improved compared to the last version we saw in December last year. In terms of process, we support the next steps and the revised decision text proposed by the Secretariat, and to set up an ad hoc working group, which can be consulted on an ongoing basis on the content of the implementation plan and the revised strategy. And our team would also like to participate in this working group, and I think we should carefully consider the scope and the objective and mandate of this probably rather large working group. In line with comments from others, we would also urge the Secretariat to continue consultations and to share a draft of the strategy and the implementation plan well in advance of the next council meeting. Very briefly on content, we very much agree with the comments made by the partner regarding the specific need to clarify roles and responsibility for the GEF agencies, IEO, STAB, the council, and so on. And lastly, and I think our colleagues from Thailand also mentioned this, I think it's very clear that both the strategy and the implementation plan need to include detailed considerations on the challenge and opportunities on the private sector engagement in a COVID-19 world. And I think this has not been sufficiently addressed in the current version. And I also think that based on our discussion yesterday, this need became very, very clear to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Tobias. Next is Victoria, followed by Gillian from Jamaica.
Thank you, William. Thanks also from our side for all efforts that were made to revise the private sector engagement strategy. We support the way forward, particularly appreciate the flexibility of the Secretariat to postpone the decision for approval until December, so that we can also have the implementation plan alongside the strategy. We think these two, the combination of those two and seeing them together will be quite important. We've already submitted written comments, so I would just like to make two quick points here in this council meeting. The first one is inclusivity, which has already come up a few times. We find it very important that it is a guiding principle for the strategy, and we look forward to hearing more about how it will be strengthened, maybe also in the revision, and how it will be monitored and reported on. Second point I'd like to make is on the time horizon for the strategy. We feel like it is quite important to define a time horizon for the strategy. I just heard from the presentation that the implementation plan will have a 2-year timeline. Maybe we can also consider something longer or similar, 4 years, whatever the working group feels is appropriate for the strategy itself. And having said that, we look forward to the continued discussions on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Next is Gillian, followed by Luis from Spain.
Thank you, William, and to thank you also for the document. We think it's a useful document. We think it's a good starting point. We, however, feel that it could benefit from some more consultations, and in respect of the working group, we ask that the working group be varied. It should not be very big, but it should also take into account the variations in the constituency. We believe that the engagement of the private sector cannot be divorced from the government. And so there must be some way that there's a coalition between the engaging the private sector and the government's role, because both government, private sector, civil society are all focused on national development. And so there should not be a silo approach in terms of how we engage the private sector. So that has to be taken into account. Also, we agree that the private sector is not a homogeneous group. There are micro enterprises, and I don't think you can leave them out because micro enterprises in many of our countries also play a very significant role. And so there has to be strategies and incentives, how it is that we engage different sectors of the private sector. Also, we have to talk about the capacity of the private sector to respond. And so it is important that as we engage in different sectors of the private sector, we talk about how it is that we build their capacity to respond to what it is that we are hoping that we will derive from the private sector. So those are some of the things I think should go forward in terms of how it is that we treat with the document going forward. We think it's a useful document, but again, we believe that it could benefit from some further elaboration. And we are a little bit disturbed about paragraph 13 as well. That has been also mentioned by other participants. And we are not sure the basis of this statement, and we ask that it be revisited. Thank you.
Thank you, Gillian. Next is Luis from Spain, followed by Leonardo from France.
Yes, thank you, William. Many points have been made already, so I'll be very brief. We can support the proposed way forward as well. We really could have approved the document as it is, but acknowledge the concerns as others have done, and we can wait till the final version is forthcoming. And we look forward also to the work of the working group, and we remain available to be engaged to the extent that it's necessary. Thank you, William.
Thank you, Luis. Next is Leonardo, followed by Senad from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Please go ahead, Leonardo.
Yeah, you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. We would like to thank the Secretariat and Matthew for the revised strategy. Much has been included in the document since our last meeting, and we think we are moving in the right direction. We still have some comments on the document. First, I think we would appreciate to see reference to strategies in place in other public IFIs, whose mandate is specifically to engage with the private sector. And we think these institutions would have a long track record in building complex operations, transactions with the private sector counterparts. And I think it will be better to have some kind of reference in the document to, for instance, to some strong players like IFC or EBRD, and especially these institutions pertain to GEF partnerships. So I think it will be welcome to have this kind of reference. Second, we would prefer to see mentioned, and I think it was mentioned very clearly by Paola from Italy, but we would appreciate to see stated much more clearly the principle of financial additionality. I mean, to us, the purpose of engaging with the private sector should not be about leveraging private sector money per se. We need to understand where public money could help broadening the private sector to support GEF mandates. And also having some reference to sectors and focal areas would be interesting, I think. Because I can imagine the margin we have to have impact is different based on the sector we consider. So having the sectorial approach will also be interesting. Lastly, we will be more comfortable in having an update maybe from the Secretariat on the current internal resources dedicated to private sector operations in order for us to understand what is really achievable on this front. And to conclude, we support the approach proposed by NAOCO and the creation of a working group, but as other council members mentioned, we would appreciate to remain us as the council engaged on this very sensitive issue and very important one. And we also think that it will be an important item for the next CEO, and we are keen to engage with him on private sector engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leonardo. Next is Senad, followed by Brenda from Mexico.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Matthew, for the excellent presentation. I find it is very important document that has been adopted by the GEF Council due to all reasons after you include our comments. It will be a very useful document for the recipient country in the next our actions regarding environmental and climate changes activities. So that has to include some environmental, social, economic, and of course health actions that has been included in the documents. For our countries, it is very it will be very important and helpful to develop and adopt national private sector engagement strategy that will be clear, feasible, and measurable. Drafting our private sector environmental strategy has to be supported by the GEF and some implementing agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, Brenda from Mexico.
Thank you, William. Good morning, everybody. We appreciate the council, the GEF Secretariat being able to incorporate the comments that all the board members have done and give us an additional time to review this document. We welcome the long-term effort the GEF has done in regards to involving the private sector, and we think it's crucial in order to advance in the task of global environment that we're facing. However, as other members of the council has already said, we have a particular concern regarding how the document states how that the start could be a limitation to involve the private sector. I think already other members of the board has done. So we believe that the private sector involvement should be looked as a means to strengthen country allocations to deliver impact and increase global environmental benefits. We also believe that there might be a little bit more clarity regarding roles and tasks needed. However, we think that might be included in the implementation plan that should be presented for the next board. So in this regard, we appreciated that the GEF Secretariat took the concerns of some members and that we're giving extra time in order to clarify this. Thank you very much, and I look forward to approve this on the next council.
Thank you very much. That ends the list of speakers. The new proposed to draft decision text was sent to you all by email. I hand back to the chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for this very engaging discussion. First, I'd like to really appreciate that your support and our trust is proposed direction, the new direction of this proposal. And I actually feel quite good that we didn't really push it and to bulldoze it and those unconvinced the voices, because I realized quite a number of issues still needs to be discussed, and it's so important for us to bring everybody on board for this PSES to really have a significant impact going forward. So thank you for your support for the proposed direction and your engagement. It's really good to hear that we actually share the ultimate goal or objective of this strategy, and we clearly recognize that the role of private sector engagement, and then particularly several people mentioned that for the world is looking for a recovery or green recovery, how to involve the private sector. It's so important, not only for the GEF, but for the globe. Also, so happy to hear that some kind of members that mentioned the GEF's role as a catalyzing the system change. Then we really need to work with the private sector. So all good. I think we share the ultimate objective. We just need to find out how we can really do it better. so that then so just to conclude this, that then the process proposed is really that then to create the working group, and then we are sending a note to you that then how to actually that then to participate in the working group. But I also hear very clearly from many of you that that the working group is important, but also how to involve the council in the advanced matter of the prior consultation is also, it's not a substitute. So we also hear that very clearly, and we will act on that. So that there are several factual questions which will be answered and from Secretariat, but I'm not opening that, going back to Matthew or Gustavo now, that we will do it through email. And now that we start, I actually would like that to maybe read one more time the proposed decision, which is actually going to being sent to you through email. And then I would like to actually just seek that the consensus on it. And you will get that email anyway, but the council, having considered document takes note of the significant progress made in the formulation of the private sector engagement strategy. The council requests the GEF Secretariat to prepare an implementation plan to be presented for consideration and approval by the council at the 59th council meeting alongside a revised private sector engagement strategy. To support this work, the council further requests that the working group of interested council members and the GEF Secretariat be created to support the development of the both elements of the strategy. So this will be sent to you through email, so you have an opportunity to take a look at it. But then could I just ask that then may I invite you to support this proposed decision? Maybe William, can you check the floor that if there are any flags raised?
Thank you, Naoko. Nobody has requested the floor. I have resent the final version just a couple of seconds ago, so please check that one if you want to look at it.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. So you can, meanwhile, you can check it if there is any misunderstanding. But then with that, subject to that thing, that then I actually would like to thank the council to approve this revised, amended, and proposed decision. Thank you so much, really, that for your the support for this. So with that, then we would like to move on to the next decision item, which is actually the approach paper of the 7th comprehensive evaluation of the GEF. So I'd like to invite Yuha to introduce your document. Yuha, thank you so much for waiting. You are now on.
Thank you, Naoko. And greetings to all, whatever time of day it may be in your part of the world. Let me get my PowerPoint. Okay. I very much appreciate the opportunity to present the approach paper of the 7th Comprehensive Evaluation of the GEF, or OPS 7, as it is called. Like its predecessors, the 7th Comprehensive Evaluation is intended as an essential contribution to the 8th replenishment process of the GEF. The overall purpose of OPS 7 is to provide solid evaluative evidence to inform the negotiations for GEF 8. OPS 7 will assess the extent to which GEF is achieving its objectives of enhancing global environmental benefits. As set forth in the GEF instrument, in reviews by the Assembly and as developed and adopted by the GEF Council in operational policies and programs for GEF financed activities, with a view to identifying potential areas for improvement going forward. OPS 7 will assess the GEF's progress on implementation and achievement of the GEF 2020 strategy against the objectives of addressing the drivers of environmental degradation and reducing environmental stress, greater integration, innovation, and scaling up, and achieving transformational change and impacts with greater efficiency. All of the evaluations and knowledge products included in the IEO work program, including the evaluations that we've made available to the Council in this meeting, will contribute to OPS 7. The work program builds on OPS 6 and was designed to provide evaluative evidence on the performance of GEF projects from earlier replenishments and on the major strategies and programs approved in GEF 7. As such, all evaluations conducted between 2018 and 2021 and approved in the work program will feed into the comprehensive evaluation. Additional studies that are required to address specific questions and issues relevant to the replenishment process will be carried out over the coming year. The OPS 7 work program broadly relates to two themes. First, GEF strategy, institutional issues and programming, and secondly, GEF performance, impact and sustainability. The evaluation criteria shown here on the slide are the standard ones endorsed by OED's Development Assistance Committee. Key evaluation criteria such as relevance, impact, performance, and the catalytic role of the GEF that were investigated in earlier OPSs are now part of the regular work program of the IEO. Since OPS 6, the IEO has also explored factors affecting the sustainability of GEF interventions and has focused on GEF innovation and additionality. Themes related to strategy and institutional issues that will be addressed in OPS 7 include the following: relevance of the GEF to global environmental challenges, to countries, to conventions. Results and lessons from implementation of the GEF 2020 strategy. Design and implementation of the GEF 7 programming strategy. Implementation of GEF policies, including gender safeguards and engagement with stakeholders, civil society, the private sector, and indigenous peoples. Institutional processes, including results-based management and knowledge management. The GEF country support program, which has never been evaluated before, and the GEF's flexibility to adapt and respond to crises. We've added this last theme in response to the current COVID-19 crisis to provide insights into GEF's ability to be flexible and adapt to rapidly changing situations. Now, we've received a number of comments from council members ahead of this meeting and also yesterday. And it has become evident that we must strengthen one area of inquiry in OPS 7. Several members have raised questions about how the GEF has responded to issues raised by the recent MOPAN assessment, and also issues related notably to governance, human rights, and related issues in GEF programming. We have heard you and will make sure that these issues will be added to the OPS 7 suite of studies. As for the evaluation of performance, impacts, and sustainability, we will consider the following key themes with the primary objective of assessing the GEF's contributions to addressing drivers of global environmental degradation. Trends in performance, outcomes, sustainability, and progress towards impact, as well as quality at entry and co-financing. The catalytic role of the GEF is characterized by projects that focus on innovation and scale-up. Impacts and sustainability of GEF support to countries through the strategic country cluster evaluations in the 3 clusters of countries that have been covered by these evaluations and presented to you. GEF outcomes in fragile and conflict situations, GEF impacts through small grants, medium-sized projects, and enabling activities, and program evaluations of the LDCF and SCCF. GEF engagement with the private sector, with a special focus on the GEF impacts on micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Performance, impact, and sustainability of focal areas. As we conducted full focal area evaluations as part of OPS 6, this time we are focusing on select themes in each focal area that merit a deep dive to complement the overall focal area studies last time around. The approach paper provides detailed tables on the key issues, evaluation questions, and scope of each of the component evaluations for both of these themes that I have just outlined. The approach paper also provides a fairly detailed description of the various methodologies that we are using to collect data, conduct analysis, and validate findings using mixed methods approaches, following, of course, international good practice. These methods include a review of the relevant scientific and evaluation literature, development of a theory of change, document reviews, portfolio analysis, structured and semi-structured interviews, surveys, the use of geographic information systems and remote sensing methods, rapid impact evaluation, stakeholder consultations, country case studies, and related field verification, statistical analysis, qualitative analysis, and triangulation of quantitative and qualitative findings. We also draw on the rich existing evidence base of previously conducted country visits. The approach papers and concept notes available on our website provide details for each study. The IEO has developed methodologies for post-completion verification and quality at entry analysis of projects that will facilitate comparisons and aggregated reporting. The current pandemic poses certain limitations on our work, as our own field work is currently on hold and project-level terminal evaluations and midterm reviews are delayed. Luckily, we have already collected a lot of field-level data and have many country-level reports to analyze. We are also investing in further portfolio review, geospatial analysis, and other data sources to compensate for lacking data. We are taking a consultative approach that is characterized by regular stakeholder involvement throughout the evaluation process. This will involve consultation and outreach during the conduct of the evaluation and in dissemination and outreach to key stakeholders. In fact, this meeting is part of the consultative process. Sub-regional meetings of the GEF focal points and expanded constituency workshops are important means through which the IEO has and will interact with key stakeholders. These offer tremendous learning opportunities for us to obtain valuable insights from country stakeholders into issues that are most relevant to them and provide an opportunity for the IEO to gather feedback from countries on a variety of issues related to GEF projects and processes. The current pandemic has limited our ability to engage in some of these consultations, and we are thankful to the broad group of stakeholders who have provided feedback to the draft approach paper. We will continue to engage remotely with various groups throughout the development of the OPS 7 report to ensure its relevance and use. As in previous OPSs, we have engaged an independent advisory panel of high-level experts knowledgeable in the subject matters and institutional issues related to the GEF, as well as evaluation. You see them on the slide. They will provide guidance throughout the evaluation process, including conceptualization of the evaluation, interpretation of the findings and framing of the recommendations. In fact, they have already contributed to the finalization of the approach paper. In addition, peer reviewers and reference groups continue to provide quality feedback and inputs for the individual evaluations. So this is the general timeline of OPS 7. It assumes that the 8th replenishment follows the same schedule as the 7th replenishment. According to this, we have more or less 1 year to substantively complete the component evaluations that will feed into the comprehensive evaluation. Like last time, we intend to feed the evaluation findings to the Council and to the replenishment participants as the results emerge. There will be a number of completed evaluations presented to the Council in December. We also aim to present summary findings of all completed evaluations and emerging findings of well-advanced evaluations that may not have been fully completed to the first replenishment meeting, which may take place around March 2021 if the process follows the same schedule as 4 years ago. This was a practice that was highly appreciated by the replenishment participants last time around, as it provided them a rather comprehensive preview of where the evaluation was heading quite early on in the process. More completed evaluations will be presented to the Council in June 2021. We will then spend the summer of 2021 analyzing and synthesizing all the component evaluations with an eye towards presenting the full draft OPS 7 report to the second replenishment meeting in the autumn of 2021, which may be perhaps around October. And the final OPS 7 report will be then presented to the Council in December 2021. It's tight, but we will be well positioned to deliver on schedule. I understand that timeliness is a critical aspect of utility when it comes to evaluation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. You have the very detailed presentation. Now, I would like to open the floor for questions and comments. Miriam, you can please manage the speakers list.
Thank you. First speaker is Tanya from Finland.
Thank you, William, and thank you very much for the document and the presentation. We welcome the approach paper and the focus areas. We very much welcome the attention given to the sustainability of the GEF projects. It is important to pay sufficient attention to indigenous peoples, gender, innovations, and biodiversity. Climate change and biodiversity loss are intrinsically interlinked challenges. We cannot solve only one of them unless we also address the other one. It would be important to analyze the co-benefits and, on the other hand, examine whether the GEF's role in biodiversity financing is enough, or should it play an even greater role in biodiversity financing in a situation where global funding to tackle climate change has increased and biodiversity funding has decreased. One thing that we would like to add as one of the focus areas of the OPS 7 document is transparency. Furthermore, we think that the recommendations of the MOPAN 2017-2018 assessment should be also reflected in the OPS 7 paper. And in this regard, we very much appreciate the confirmation that transparency as well as the recommendations of the MOPAN report will be addressed in the OPS 7. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tanya. Next is Jan Hegge from Norway, followed by Lucian Sano from the CSOs.
Thank you, William.
Our constituency welcomes the approach paper for OPS 7 and very much look forward to the presentation of the report during the replenishment negotiations. OPS reports are key documents for informing the replenishment negotiations, and recommendations from the evaluations often leads to important policy decisions and shape future programming of the GEF. We are pleased with the focus of this OPS, especially on the issues of sustainability, gender, and results management. Results-based management. These are all issues that are important to our constituency. In terms of focal area focus, we very much look forward to the assessment of GEF's sustainable forest management initiatives. Like others have mentioned, we would like to see good governance and human rights addressed in the evaluation. These are important aspects to us in general, and would also address the weaknesses identified in the MOPAN assessment that was conducted on the GEF in 2019. And we thank the IEO for confirming that these issues will now be addressed. We also note that the implementation of the 2020 strategy will be evaluated. So we would just like to ask whether that means there are plans for a new strategy. Finally, we would like the OPS 7 to take a look at how short and long-term risks posed by the ongoing COVID-19 crisis, as well as the more long-term crises of climate change and other natural hazards, are considered in GEF programs and operations, and suggest concrete recommendations for the Council on how to address these in the replenishment process. Thank you, William.
Thank you, Jan. Next are Lucy and Sano from the CSOs, followed by Marita from Sweden. Lucy, you have the floor.
Thank you, William, and thank you for that presentation from the internal evaluation. And IPAC really supports the work of the Internal Evaluation Office. We find it very effective and efficient. And I just have a short recommendation. The overall performance study 6 recommendations highlighted in the earlier, developing policies and implementation guidelines on safeguards and engagement with indigenous peoples. Therefore, possibilities for addressing this aspect within the OPS 7 could be considered, as already many council members have also indicated. And IPAC can and should play a role. Thank you, William. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Sano, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And also we highly appreciate the very good document from IEO. This is very good, comprehensive. So just a few points. So first one is the engagement of the stakeholders in the consultative approaches. So I have a question to IEO director. Can you kindly tell us ongoing GEF 6 evaluation, how many countries and how many civil society and indigenous peoples representatives participated in your evaluation activities? And for the upcoming GEF 7 in each country, is there any tentative target number of civil society and indigenous peoples groups you are aiming to engage? Second point is talking about the performance, impact, and sustainability. So impact and sustainability we don't see during the project life. At the post-project life, when the project finish, and that is the beginning of the impact and sustainability. So what are the key indicators do you have, and how many projects could you monitor to see the level of impact and level of sustainability? If you can share us. And then next is the two more points, but it is already raised by earlier council members. So this is the key points from us. Just we want to know that how you are engaging civil societies in each country levels. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sano. Marita, followed by Aparna from India.
Thank you, William. We also welcome and support the proposal for OPS7 and especially the proposals for evaluations of GEF policies on gender equality, indigenous peoples and biodiversity. We also share the comments made by Finland, especially on transparency and on sustainability, and the comments made by Sano now on sustainability. We would also be interested in hearing more about what kind of indicators and so on that you're using. As we mentioned yesterday, we would appreciate also if the IO could look into good governance and human rights and assess how the GEF can contribute indirectly to that in its projects and programs and make recommendations on how we could improve during GEF 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Marita. Next is Aparna, followed by Peter from Australia.
Okay, so thank you. I'm glad that I'm speaking after Marita and before Peter because there is a lot of I would say congruence in our approach. So we would like to thank you her for the presentation and for the paper, and also note that this document will be a very important input into the replenishment process, apart from informing the Council in its own deliberations. So we have high expectations from the document. I will speak on the two main themes. One is impact and the other is institutional issues. On impact, Juha, I feel that GEF 7 is the program where we have made a full-scale migration to the impact programs from the pilot programs. And we would be very interested in your initial assessment of how the impact programs have been able to align themselves with the core mandate of GEF, that is to assist countries to meet their obligations under MEAs. Second issue that we would like you to look at is scalability. People have mentioned sustainability, scalability. So since GEF has a catalytic role, how have IPs contributed to scalability of GEF interventions and resource mobilization? Third issue is the GEF strategy looks at addressing the drivers of environmental impact or environmental degradation. We would like your evaluation to look at within the impact theme at how addressing drivers has contributed to sustainable global environmental benefits, and does the theory of change actually become apparent through the evaluation. And lastly, in impact, as has been mentioned by many, including, of course, just now Marita and Sano and Lucy, the impact on local communities and NGOs or CSOs working for them, apart from the small grants program. On institutional issues, again, we would like you to look at how the strengthening of the communication with OFP and PFP has resulted in benefits in overall programming. The coordination of the implementing agencies with the OFPs, the coordination among implementing agencies, whether it has a collaborative color or a competitive color. Second, we would like your inputs that will help us to address this long pending question of modifying the list of implementing agencies. You would recall in the last replenishment, there were some voices asking for an expansion into national agencies. We would like you to look into that. That may be an important input at the time of discussion on policy and programming commitments. In institutional issues, yes, the portal is new, but whether you could track the movement towards greater process efficiency and transparency and shared learning. And finally, what is most important for us is how the institutional framework is contributing to greater country ownership, which was agreed upon as a major theme for GEF programming and GEF strategy in the last replenishment. How has country ownership as a concept translated into program and policy decisions? With that, we wish you very well for the work ahead. Thank you. Thank you, William.
Thank you, Aparna. Next is Peter, followed by Anar from Canada.
Thank you, William, and thank you, Juha, for setting out with a good, colourful presentation the approach to OPS 7. First off, immediately offer support for the proposed decision and the plan that you've sketched out. In particular, including the assessment of GEF's positioning in relation to COVID-19, recognizing that in itself will have an impact on your ability to conduct the evaluation, but how GEF is shaped for the next few years in a post-COVID-19 world, I think it will be an important reflection of OPS 7. It cannot be stressed enough the importance of the OPS exercise to the replenishment process. And several colleagues around the table today will recall just how central the document was during the GEF 7 replenishment process, and commend you again for an approach which will lead to an objective, evidence-based, well-researched and compelling document to guide our approach to the policy and program recommendations that the GEF 8 replenishment will require. Very much support the use of the new strategic country cluster evaluations, which we've been very impressed by, particularly assessing impacts around sustainability and support country regions. Also interested in the implementation of our impact programs and the new and enhanced GEF policies around safeguards and gender and others. Two small things. One, I wonder whether you think there is room to say more around the GEF partnerships moves towards strengthening disability inclusion, something that the seat has mentioned on a number of occasions, which is a strong focus for us. We'd like to see some guidance or pointers that we can get out of the evaluation for that. And also continue interest in your assessment of the extent to which the partnership of implementing agencies is serving the interests of all regions, and for us in particular, the Pacific. Finally, I think I commend the consultative process already adopted toward forming this roadmap, and encourage the continuation of that consultative approach throughout. As I said, the OPS is the centerpiece, I know, for the IEO and for your cycle of work, and supporting the roadmap. Wish you and all IEO colleagues the very best with this major undertaking. Thank you, Juha.
Thank you, Peter. Next is Anar, followed by Adriana from Ecuador.
Thanks very much, William, and thank you very much, Juha, for the presentation and for outlining the way forward. As others before me, we see this document as the foundation for providing the evaluative evidence to inform the negotiations of GEF 8, and so it is of critical importance. We join the comments of many of the people who've spoken before me, but I just wanted to add a couple of quick questions and comments. The first one is, it would be interesting for us to hear how the IEO has considered the peer reviews recommendations to help shape the scope and content of OPS 7. And while not specific to this approach paper, we would be interested in hearing how the IEO would propose to deal with the limitations that have been outlined by the peer review of a comprehensive evaluation, in particular, the need for real-time feedback on current programs. And also, we join others in asking for OPS 7 to address issues related to governance and human rights, as highlighted by Mopan. I would also point again to the peer review's recommendation on strengthening gender, and ask that also be considered as when you're looking at the other issues. But with that, I would just note that we support the approach that has been put forward, and we look forward to to following your work in the next year and a half. Thank you.
Thank you, Anar. Next is Adriana, followed by Cordula from Germany.
Thank you, William. The Brazil-Colombia-Ecuador constituency appreciates the approach paper for OPS 7. Considering recommendation for GEF 8, we appreciate the evaluation about how is the GEF positioned to strengthen the environmental agenda and enhance socioeconomic benefits in the post-COVID-19 world. The recommendation should present a frame for the green recovery too. We are aware of the relevance of the OPS 748 replenishment cycle of the GEF. Therefore, we hope that it will bring solid basis for the coming discussions where we expect to have our views as recipient countries effectively reflected. I won't give more comments because we are totally aligned for what Aparna said, so we support her intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. Next is Cordula, followed by Stefan from Switzerland.
Thank you. Germany welcomes the OPS 7 approach paper provided by the IO. The OPS always offers important input for the deliberations in the replenishment. And the paper before us covers the important issues that require further input before we start discussions. And it also addresses major issues raised by the Council in past meetings. Like others, we would like to encourage the IEO especially to look at the impact programs on GEF performance in terms of additionalities and sustainability, as well as innovation, and the progress in addressing gaps that have already been identified under OPS 6. We would also like to see a stronger focus of the evaluation on transformative changes, specifically in the light of the findings of OPS 6. It is crucial that not only sustainability of projects, but also their transformative nature and impact is evaluated. In addition, we would like to see the evaluation focusing on how the GEF has performed in serving the different conventions as a financial mechanism and needs within these areas. With a view to the present COVID-19 crisis, we wonder if there is evidence to be drawn upon from previous evaluations or experiences to provide guidance on how GEF instruments can best support a green recovery in times of health and economic crisis, respectively. 2 questions with a view to the approach paper. Juha, could you please elaborate on how focus areas were selected in relation to the MOPAN evaluation and OPS 6? And we would also like to understand how the IEO assessed whether a topic was sufficiently covered elsewhere or the evaluation needed to be updated. Thank you.
Thank you, Cordula. Next is Stefan, followed by Manrique from Argentina.
Thank you. We want to thank Juha and his colleagues for this presentation and the work plan. Like others, we attach great importance to OPS 7. These overall performance evaluations are always crucial to inform the replenishment process, but they are also important as reference document for our own accountability towards government, parliament, and the broader public. All the elements that will feed into OPS 7 are of course important. We don't want to single out any of these sectoral, thematic, and geographic evaluations. It's the combination of it all that makes the value of OPS. We join those that emphasize the theory of change and also the importance of looking into human rights, governance, and what is new in this OPS, the preliminary evaluation of the impact programs. Also include the findings from MOPAN as far as applicable. we expect OPS 7 to come up with an analysis of GEF's performance with regard to both global environmental benefits and local, regional, socio-economic co-benefits. This is always a very critical interface between the two. Having said that, we agree with the approach of OPS 7 as presented and support the draft decision as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. Manrique is the last speaker.
Thank you, William. Thank you, Juha, for the document. We support the draft decision. We as recipient countries also attach a great importance to these evaluations. We agree with the comments made by Aparna, particularly in relation to country ownership and the national agencies. Also agree with Cordula in that OPS 7 should consider how projects have served to help commitments with international conventions to us recipient countries. It would be important that OPS 7 include the examples of successful projects. This would help us a lot to understand how to look forward towards GEF 8. Finally, we would like to request the inclusion of the evaluation of the private sector engagement up to now, and in particular, how private sector has engaged to help the commitments and priorities of national governments. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more speakers. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Now, I would like to invite the Juha to respond to those important questions. Juha, please.
Thank you very much, everybody. I wish our sessions would have been reversed, and I would have my work program and budget ahead of me, so I could ask for more staff. Because I appreciate very much all the trust and all the emphasis you are giving to OPS 7 and to IEO, but everything is adding up. But yes, I think that some of the big themes that I heard from this discussion, and some of it has come already earlier, relates, for example, to several council members have mentioned these issues that pertain to follow-up to MOPAN umbrella questions, but more broadly, let's say, governance, human rights, gender, indigenous peoples, including disability, and so forth. And socioeconomic benefits, and the whole interface between how the GEF works between the natural systems and the human systems. These definitely are something that we have to build more strongly into OPS 7, and this was actually the most important reason why I wanted to discuss the OPS 7 approach paper today here, is that before we move any further, I wanted to have this type of feedback that we are on the right track. And indeed, so we will definitely build these aspects into the, and transparency was one of the questions about that came up here. So you will see these issues reflected in the revised approach paper that we will be working on after this. Now there have been some of these issues that we have been working on through, for example, these strategic country cluster evaluations have been already addressed more systematically than in the past. For example, things like looking at the drivers of global environmental issues and sustainability and linkages to national priorities in GEF programs. These have featured very strongly in the SCCEs, and these will feature very strongly in all of our evaluations. We are systematically looking at things such as sustainability, scalability, scaling up, additionality, and so forth in all of our evaluations that feed into OPS 7. Now, the sustainability assessments, for example, so we presented some time ago I think it was just in December Council, the new approach towards looking at post-completion looking post-completion issues in projects, and that's a new systematic approach. We haven't been able to do that to a large number of projects yet. We have applied it to a number of projects so far, and we will be continuing to applying it. But apart from that particular tool, every evaluation, whether it's an SCCE that has been actually doing case study work in 19 countries, or whether it's a project that or evaluation that looks at in GEF in fragile and conflict affected situations and so forth, or whether it goes into sustainable forest management or any of these other things, will be looking at sustainability. Similarly, all of these evaluations have built-in consultations with different levels of government, but also civil society organizations and local communities and indigenous peoples to the extent possible. Now, we have a limitation going forward because of this travel bans and so on, but we have started doing this already, and we will continue to the extent possible. I don't have the exact numbers for example, indigenous people, so civil society organizations consulted in OPS 6 or targeted for OPS 7, but every evaluation, not just the SGP evaluation, but every evaluation plans on doing so. Now, on how did we decide what was adequately covered in OPS 6 and what should we focus on now specifically? Now, it's a judgment call, of course, and there has been a succession from one OPS to the next, always that there has been always some difference between the topics that each OPS is covering. And for example, the full focal area studies were not done for, I think, 3 OPSs until we did it in OPS 6. Now, that's a huge amount of work, actually. So we don't see a real point in doing that just a few years later. There's 4 years between OPSs, but the work is ongoing constantly. But there are specific themes that were partially getting less attention in these focal area studies, or were highlighted by the focal area studies of requiring more in-depth look, or that have emerged later. So let's say in the international waters area, we are looking now particularly at fisheries and at freshwater basins that you know, as a deep deep dive in those areas, instead of, you know, we're doing a certain update of the whole portfolio and all of that, but not this whole coverage. If you look at private sector, for example, we had a discussion with the GEF Secretariat about whether we should do a new evaluation of the non-grant instrument, and we decided, well, the conclusion of the discussion was basically that not enough has really happened in that to merit a full duplicate of the previous evaluation that was done 4 years ago. So we will do certain updates here, but basically we will be focusing on in the private sector. We will be focusing really on the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in different sectors, which has not been covered properly in the past. And so forth. And when it comes to some of the policy issues, for example, gender, gender will be a major focus for this evaluation, but we have discussed how much can we go and actually look at the results on the ground, and the conclusion is that the gender policy, for example, is fairly new, and how it has been applied in the GEF projects. We can look at how the policy has been applied in the projects, but whether we can actually look at the outcomes and impacts is doubtful. So we will find somewhere there. A couple of more questions were here, for example, relates to, okay, so how do we look at, yeah, okay, so how does GEF serve the conventions? That is definitely something that we will do, that we will be looking at, and this time around, unlike last time around, we will do a fairly light evaluation, but still an evaluation of the enabling activities, which hasn't been done for several years. And we will be again looking at the how the GEF serves conventions, and again, part of the evaluation of the IPs and the IAPs will look at how do these integrated approaches respond to convention priorities. Another one related to the agencies that came up from a number of you. How far do we get into looking into the agency partnership? First of all, we have a study of the self-evaluation systems of the agencies, but I know that that's not what you are meaning. But we will be looking into the agency partnership as part of the governance study also. Yes, and we will reflect on the peer review implications for ourselves. And one of the peer review reflections was also the fact that we have to be more selective in what we evaluate. That they also told us that you can't cover everything superficially. So even when we have designed OPS 7, we have tried to be slightly selective or strategic is better word than selective in this. Now, when it comes to the post-COVID situation and the COVID situation, we never know when we will be in a post-COVID-19 situation, or whether what a post-COVID-19 situation will even look like. We started looking at the lessons from the past in a paper that I've drawn your attention to, in light of some of the past evaluations, and there are some interesting lessons from the SARS and the Ebola crises, for example. But we will definitely continue on that. And like Naoko has said on several occasions, including yesterday quite strongly, but she has written about it and so on, is that the COVID-19, although it's at the face of it, it's a health crisis, and it's a financial and economic crisis and socio-economic crisis. It is that fundamentally it is an environmental crisis, and it has to do with how the society deals with these human and natural systems, and how we interact with natural resources management and all of that. So this will definitely be an important backdrop to the whole issue of OPS 7 and how we frame OPS 7, and one of the foci of the evaluation will be on building back better. How society, how can GEF contribute to a society that is built in a more sustainable way, that is also more resilient towards health hazards and pandemics and all of that. You know, I think I'll end up here. I have heard Aparna especially gave a long list of topics for us to consider, and many others of you also gave, and I think I have covered some of them. I assure you that we have taken note of each one of them, and we'll do our best to reflect upon them in a revised approach paper to OPS 7. Let me know if I missed anything egregiously here now, but I hope I gave at least a fairly good overview of how we intend to respond. Thanks so much.
Sure, you have. Thank you. Maybe William, could you please take the floor if there are additional other flags or hands raised?
Thank you. Maria Leichner from the CSO has had the president.
Mm-hmm. So let's hear from her.
I'm on.
Yes, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. This is a contribution for the CSO network, but especially from the Wildlife Conservation Society related, and I read this message from Guillermo Harris, is specifically on this point and said the value of the Sustainable City Impact Program is undeniable and can be easily mapped to the climate change focal area. However, mapping sustainable cities to the biodiversity focal area is far less clear in terms of achieving incremental gains over global biodiversity loss. This needs clarification. If country biodiversity star funding is allotted to sustainable cities, the outcomes for global biodiversity must be clear and carefully evaluated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no more speakers. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, the council. So I would like to invite the council to adopt this proposed decision. Thank you so much. The decision adopted. Congratulations to you, her. All right. So let us move on to the next agenda item 9. It's other business. And from yesterday, I have 3 items under this other business, and one is a request from Finland to update about the grievance cases. Another request from France to update a so-called 30% issue. Then actually yesterday we received a request from Iran, who was actually the cutoff and from connectivity or internet issue, and supposed to make a presentation or the remarks on the during the work program session, but she didn't have opportunity. So with an understanding that it doesn't change the conclusion or adopted decision, that we invite her to say a few words. So William, these are 3 issues, right? That then we'd like to go on.
Yes, correct. So,
all right.
So we can give the floor.
So yeah, so let's do it from our side. That from actually that I think that the GEF already has some kind of information to share. Is that okay for us to just jump in? I'm actually worried about a little bit of the time. So if it's all right, I would like to invite actually the Francois to update on those 2 topics raised by Finland and France. Francois, you could be very brief because it's update.
Thank you, Naoko, and good evening, good afternoon, good morning to everyone. Finland had requested an update on the topic of preparation of an annual council report on grievance cases. We certainly appreciate the attention of Council to this matter, particularly given the context of significant upgrades to GEF policies brought in recent years to enhance reporting and transparency on grievance cases. This refers both to social and environmental safeguards and to the fiduciary standard policy. So let me confirm that the Secretariat is on track to comply with the enhanced policy requirements for annual reporting, and that we are complying with real-time reporting requirements on grievances cases reported to us by the agencies. So the first annual report to Council on grievance cases will be presented as part of the annual monitoring report in December 2020, and every year thereafter. It will include a summary of all cases on an annual basis. Meanwhile, we're also carrying out ongoing reporting. We provided a one-time report to Council this March, covering all outstanding cases that arose before the entry into force of the 2 policies. We're reporting on all new cases and updates on existing cases, and we maintain a full and updated summary of the cases reported by agencies on our GEF website, consistent with confidentiality requirements. So this is on the request of Finland. There was also a request yesterday by France. France had requested an update under any other business on governance issues and harmonization of rules and requirements for GEF agencies, citing the corresponding decision taken at the 55th Council. The decision requests agencies to report to the Secretariat the volume of their non-GEF portfolios on an annual basis, and also requests the Secretariat to compile and present a first report for Council review and decision in the fall of 2020. The Secretariat is very mindful of the Council decision and stands on track to prepare a report on this issue for the December 2020 Council meeting. As required in this report, we will provide updated data with a cutoff date of June 30th, 2020 for Council consideration. We are planning to engage further the existing working group, Council working group, and the GEF agencies on this agenda in the next few weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francois. I hope that then we respond to Tanya and also Leonard on those two issues.
Tanya has requested the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, William. And thank you very much, Francois, for this information. We very much welcome the confirmation that this information will be provided to us annually, and we will look forward to the report in December. Thank you very much.
No more speakers on this topic.
Thank you. So could I invite Iran to say a few words about the work program?
Yes, thank you so much for giving the opportunity to me. As you mentioned, unfortunately, I had a technical problem yesterday. I didn't access to microphone to talk. I would like to use this opportunity, emphasize that about the SGP in Iran that is working successfully more 20 years, with civil society organizations and the network established during these years. But unfortunately, the fund has not yet been allocated from replenishment 6 and 7 for this program, and they seek via other ways to promote the small projects in my country. However, as indicated by SGP Global, a survey was conducted by SGP Iran to identify and assess the impact of the COVID-19 on all the ongoing SGP projects. While Iran's environment cannot use the allocated budget for unknown political reasons, I call on the Council to provide the remaining funding for this successful program to encourage local communities and also small associations to continue their work and to protect the environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your comments. So that we hear you clearly, but that the decision of the work program is already adopted. It really doesn't change that decision itself, but then your comment well noted. So with that, I think that then we are ending the session of this GEF main trust fund. And the summary of the chair will be sent to all council members and alternate by email during next session, which is LDCF SCCF session. Then we will go to the decision after LDCF SCCF council. So now I think that then I would like to first I would like to turn on my video. Then I would like to turn on to the LDCF SCCF council meeting. Okay. So let me first open this 28th meeting. Again, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. And now it's really good night in Australia and New Zealand. Very much appreciate that you are staying with us. So actually, this is my last LDCF SCCF council meeting. So actually, that I'm kind of reflecting my 8 years and actually that observing and managing and residing with these two funds, and maybe that's just so that reflect share with you a few reflections from those two funds. First and foremost, number grows significantly. In 2012, LDCF SCCF portfolio has 129 projects with 500 million. As of today, if a work program approved, that then it grows to 384 projects with 1.8 billion. So it's a huge and very steady and good and the progress, the growth. And it actually benefited 24 million vulnerable people. I really would like to thank the all council members contributing to this very important funds. Without your generous support, we couldn't have achieved those the results. And just a few things that then other than numbers, I have seen this political attention to the adaptation has significantly grown for the last just a few years. It has taken quite some time for the international community to really that then got it. But then I see that the much better understanding of what then adaptation really means. And then, for instance, and we have seen that then, quite a number of partnerships form around this issue, such as Global Commission on Adaptation, where I am honored to serve as a commissioner. And this commission issued a report in the last year, and it says that we need 3 reforms in adaptation. If adaptation goes to next level, reforming understanding, and reforming planning, and reforming finance. So that, but this report also makes the case that investing in adaptation is such a smart investment, and that so that it has to be that to be really well understood and taken much more seriously. And this point is actually proven that by COVID-19, that when we take into account of social, economic, and environmental issues and the costs, that investment in adaptation is such a smart investment. And the resilience also has become a center topic of environmental and developmental conversation, and also reinforced by COVID-19. In fact, the projects supported by LDCF and SCCF have immense relevance during the COVID-19 crisis, as they are supporting food security, resilient livelihood, urban health and resilience, disaster risk reduction, and many other aspects of people's lives where they are suffering at this moment. And we, through those 2 funds, are very active on promoting nature-based solutions. But actually, it's not only adaptation issue. Actually, that it also become a big issue in the GEF main trust fund. And then nature-based solutions hold a promise on many fronts due to their ability to deliver multiple benefits, offer flexible solutions, and they aim at harmonious and sustainable interaction of human and nature, and helping to avoid situations such as zoonotic pandemic crisis we are in today. Maybe my final point is actually that I'm very glad to see the private sector interest in adaptation is also growing enormously. That we had a very successful actually equity fund called Craft, if you remember that, and following the Southeast and Europe catastrophe risk insurance facility. But we have recently supported the challenge program for adaptation innovation, and this is a piloting or scaling up a range of innovative solutions involving the private sector, such as insurance for fishing community of Papua New Guinea, or drone technology to monitor climate hazards in Colombia, and more. So we expect these to generate much needed insight. So with all this in this context, I really want to stress that to you, like never before, the mission of these 2 precious adaptation funds is crucial to the most vulnerable economies and societies. And despite your generosity in the past, these funds are still lagging behind in their capacity to deliver to all countries in need. So therefore, I call on you for the extra effort to capitalize LDCF and SCCF, because the return on those investments will just enormous. Finally, I would like to thank all of you, the council members, for your commitment and support and guidance to those two funds over the past 8 years. And I would like to especially thank the LDCs for their excellent partnership with us. And many thanks also go to the dedicated agencies who convert these ideas on paper to reality, and to civil society partners who offer us reality check. With that, I would like to thank everyone, and let's get on the business. So, next agenda item is actually the adoption of the agenda, and then the provisional agenda has been already circulated. I just would like to ask if there are any items to add under other business. William, you can check that if there is any flux from the floor.
I see nobody requesting the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So that then that it will so that we will move on to that. So that the draft agenda adopted. So let us move on to the next agenda item, item 3, work program of LDCF. I'd like to invite Gustavo to present the document. Gustavo, please.
Thank you very much, Naoko. Thanks again. It is my great pleasure to introduce the LDCF work program for the June 2020 work program. COVID-19, as we discussed today, is really taking a toll in economic and social activities in all of developing countries, but in particular, the least developed countries are at a greater risk as they are most vulnerable to climate change and also to non-climate stressors, while being very closely dependent on natural resources, particularly to sustain their economies, to sustain their jobs, and for food security. It is against this background that the GEF is presenting to you today a work program with 8 projects that focus on supporting livelihoods in vulnerable communities and on income generation in key sectors such as agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and agro-silvopastoral systems. The work program includes 8 projects that request $59.59 million of GEF financing and also agency fees. One project is a multi-trust fund project that was also considered yesterday during the work program for the GEF Trust Fund and combines resources from the LDCF and the GEF Trust Fund. All projects confirm the alignment with the needs and priorities identified in national adaptation and plan processes, in national adaptation programs of action, and also on national development strategies. We're also very happy to be able to facilitate access to countries with relatively low level of LDCF support to date, in particular Liberia and Yemen, which have been included in this work program. While co-financing, as you may know, is not required for the LDCF, these projects are expected to mobilize $257 million, meaning that for every LDCF dollar, $4.7 will be leveraged from other sources. If the work program is approved, we will have supported in the GEF 7 cycle since the beginning 32 LDCs, which represent 68% of all countries classified as LDCs. These are the countries supported in the first LDC work program in December 2018. These are the countries supported by the second LDCF work program in June of 2019. These are the countries supported by the third work program of the LDCF in December of 2019. And these are the countries supported by the fourth LDCF work program that we are considering at this point. Countries that are supported by this work program include Burkina Faso, Djibouti, Haiti, Lao PDR, Liberia, Mauritania, Tanzania, and Yemen. 3 agencies are represented in the work program. FAO, with 4 projects, will receive 49% of the requested resources of $30 million, followed by UNDP at 35% or 21.1 million for 3 projects. And UNAP is requesting 23%, which represents $10 million for 1 LDCF project. We are also very happy to report that all 8 projects respond to the ambition and requirements of the GEF's policy on gender equality. All projects are considered gender issues in the initial design. All projects include gender disaggregated beneficiary numbers. Most of them, except for 1 at this stage, will develop sex disaggregated gender sensitive indicators. And most of these projects clarify plans for gender analysis and gender action plan that will come during the design phase, during the PPG phase. The 8 projects will generate results across the core adaptation indicators for GEF 7 as follows. 1.4 million people as direct beneficiaries, of which 700,000 are women. We will have more than 420,000 hectares of land under climate resilient management. We'll have action on 65 policies, plans, or development frameworks that mainstream climate resilience. And nearly 200,000 persons will, with enhanced capacity to identify climate risks, will be benefiting from this and engage in adaptation measures, of which 102,000 are female. With this, Madam Chair, I finish my presentation and hand it back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gustavo. Now, I would like to invite the council for your comments and questions. William, could you please manage the speakers list?
First speaker is Cordula from Germany. You have the floor.
Thank you, Gustavo, for this presentation. We welcome the work program, and we would like to thank all the staff for its efforts despite the difficult circumstances. The COVID-19 crisis shows how valuable and relevant the work of the LDCF is. Building resilience and diversifying livelihoods in vulnerable communities has been crucial before and becomes even more important in times of crisis. We see the LDCF as a key actor to support green recovery efforts in LDCs and remain fully committed to its work. Bearing this in mind, we would, however, like to encourage the GEF to increase efforts to promote visibility of the LDCF and its work in order to promote mobilization of resources. Focusing on this work program, we welcome the proposed resource allocation across focal areas and regions. Especially the high proportion of projects in Africa is very appreciated. Overall, we welcome the alignment of the proposed projects with national priorities and adaptation plans, as well as the goals and objectives outlined in the GEF 7 adaptation strategy. As always, we have a set of comments and requests, which we will also be providing in writing within the determined time frame. Lastly, we noted that the Council document stated that one already technically cleared project was not included in the work program due to resource allocations. Could you kindly elaborate on the status quo of the LDCF budget and how this shortage of funds can be explained? Thank you.
Thank you, Cordula. Next speaker is Sanna from the CSOs, followed by Marita from Sweden.
So thank you very much, and I sincerely appreciate Gustavo for his very good presentation, particularly his 8 projects consider the sex disaggregated data. And we expect that this under this sex disaggregated data, children, elderly people, people with disabilities, girls, women, all will be clearly defined and then reflect how and they are benefited and how they are supporting. And we want to add one more question to him. And do you have any plan to see the baseline? Because we really don't know how this COVID-19 is impacting to their health, impacting to our economic situation, impacting to increasing the risk, increasing the other elements of sustainability. Because if we don't know the baseline, how and where you start, where you go, what is your mechanism to see the generate income? Because you have finished first, second, and third LDCF work program, and fourth is coming. So this one is coming with under COVID challenge. What is your specific mechanism to address it? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sano. Next is Marita, followed by Pavic from Thailand.
Yeah. Thank you to the Secretariat. We welcome and support the work program. The work of the LDCF contributing to the strengthening of resilience and increasing opportunities for more diverse livelihoods in vulnerable societies is more important than ever. We think when addressing now the effects of COVID-19. I share very much the comments made by Cordula, so I will not repeat all of those. But we're also concerned and would like to see. We're interested in what kind of efforts you foresee to increase the visibility and improved resource mobilization of LDCF. I would also be interested in the response to the question posed by Sano. I thought that was a very interesting question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our speaker is Pavic from Thailand.
Thank you, William. First of all, I would like to express our appreciation to GEF and all donors for continuing support LDC countries, which we still need the financing to address the environmental problem issue, and as well as the emerging issue related to the environment, like the COVID-19. Therefore, our constituency would like to welcome to the work program. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Tanya has requested the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, William, and thank you for the document and the presentation. We welcome the work program and the fact that these proposals have the potential to contribute to the economic resilience, health, and overall recovery efforts. And I have 3 points to make. First, we appreciate the document's chapter on gender. We note with satisfaction that the projects are expected to develop sex disaggregated and gender-sensitive indicators. However, we would also like to see gender-specific information in all the project descriptions of the work program. Secondly, and in line with discussion at the GEF Council, we are interested in getting more information about the implications of the COVID-19 situation for the implementation of the projects in these most vulnerable countries. And finally, we would like to ask how the recommendations of the strategic LDC country cluster evaluation are taken into account in the LDCF planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tanya. No further speakers. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Gustavo to respond. Gustavo, please.
Thank you for the questions. They are very relevant, and thanks for the support also to the work program. There were a couple of questions in relation to the visibility of these funds because they are in great need of additional financing. So Naoko touched on this during her presentation, and we totally agree. First of all, I'd like to thank, like Naoko did immensely, the generosity so far. And a special thanks goes to Germany for co-hosting the ministerial dialogue that we had and the pledge session that we had in September of last year. And we managed to get several donors to pledge and confirm about 160 million, which we have swiftly utilized to support countries. So we are keen to continue these efforts. We need to do these efforts together with all of you, because without you, your convening power is going to be difficult for us. But we remain 120% committed to doing this and support you to do this, and we'll get going on that. In regards to why a technically cleared project was not included in the work program, we had actually two cleared projects that came from Haiti. We selected a project that addresses the more immediate issues that related to basic service provision and impact, in the case of drinking water sector, in no small measure because we are also looking at the COVID question coming up, and this emerged as a priority. And we also had the opportunity to discuss these priorities for adaptation with the Haiti OFP, and the OFP indicated that the enhancement of climate resilience in the drinking water sector and on the ecosystem aquifer management was his priority at this stage. So since we didn't have resources to attend to both, we didn't clear both. We didn't bring both of them, but we have intention to do so as soon as resources are prepared. In terms of contributions, we still have additional contributions that should be coming in, but we still need some continued support. And I call your attention to the trustee report, which includes the latest on financial situation and figures. On Philan's question about COVID-19 on implementation, we have been in close touch with the countries and with the agencies, and they're expected to identify the issues and to design for the opportunity for the projects to really achieve the adaptation impacts in synergy with the health and economic recovery phases that will follow COVID-19 crisis. And during the project preparation stage over the next 12 months, agencies and countries are also expected to assess the risks, and they will identify and are already in touch with us on utilizing several tools to project implementation and to impact, and also identify options to mitigate the risk and implementation impediments that may require alternative tools to be put in place. And the Finland question on SCCE, yes, these are in addition to the program evaluation of LDCF and SSCF are being reviewed and implemented as we move forward. The question that Sanu brought up on baseline related to COVID in particular and sex disaggregated data, we are considering this issue quite closely, including through the COVID task force that is underway with leading specialists in this evolving field, and we will continue to deepen and share our understanding and be able to quickly move in the next weeks and months. We will also ensure that these considerations are taken into the new adaptation strategy and that they are reflected as we consult with countries on new LDCF projects, because this is going to be the next crucial step into making these projects much more relevant to the recovery phase after COVID-19. And the question of tracking sex disaggregated data in terms of number of beneficiaries and capacity building, we plan to continue working on this, and to the extent that's possible and feasible to do it, particularly in this stage where where access to field data is complicated, we'll do all the efforts that we can. I think, Naoko, I think I addressed most questions, all questions, and I revert back to you to see if there's anything that needs to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I would like to ask William if that you see any flag from the floor.
No further requests for the floor.
Okay, great. So
Sorry,
I would like
so,
to...
sorry. Gillian from Jamaica has just requested. Gillian, please go ahead.
Good. I'm so sorry, and sorry to take the floor just now, but the question in the document, and to thank Gustavo also for the presentation, but the question in the document about the private sector engagement in the work program. We know that that is a factor that is to be considered. It's not one of the top factors, but it's a factor for consideration nevertheless. And we note in paragraph 35 that there is a section on private sector engagement, but we also note in figure 13 that we're looking at the co-financing from the various entities. There is nothing from the private sector in this regard. So we know that there are challenges with these group of countries and even with smaller and developing states. And so we are just wondering how it is that the approach going forward to engage the private sector in these countries to support the environmental agenda. Thank you.
Gustavo, are you ready to take that question?
Yes, well, Gillian, these matters, occupy a lot of our minds and the minds of our partners, both at the agencies and on the ground. This is one of the reasons why we are so eager to have a private sector strategy that really brings all this information, the richness of the approaches that we can glean from the private sector, both on its ingenuity, but also in its opportunity to scale up and to make the GEF a small amount of money, go the longest. This is going to be tremendously important for the recovery phase following COVID-19. So we need to really very quickly scan the horizon and see where these opportunities reside. It's not that the GEF is not acting with the private sector, because they've been features of our project since the very beginning of the GEF. It's just that we don't have the set of tools that allow us to really report back to you if we are indeed doing a good job as a partnership in making use of all the opportunities that exist, and then making them much more systematically and coherently addressed in the ambit of a GEF-funded project. So I agree totally with you on this particular one. On co-financing, let's see how that goes. I mean, there's no illusion that money doesn't fall from trees, and with fiscal pressures that these countries are facing, there may be, in some instances, difficulties for us to realize the expected co-financing. On the other hand, if we get countries and your governments to really understand, which I believe most of them now do, that the crisis we are facing is really, as Naoko mentioned, the result of the collision between our systems and nature's system. It becomes evident that the investment in the GEF can pay a lot of return. If we had these investments, 10, 15 years ago, we wouldn't be in this situation. So let's hope that there is funding flowing for these kinds of activities. And these fiscal incentive packages that are emerging in several places can contain, positive elements that we can build and help to populate GEF-funded projects. I may have gone too long on this, but again, it's because we live in this problem. Thank you, Naoko.
Thank you. All right. So with that, I would like to invite the council to adopt this proposed decision. I mean, this work program. Thank you so much. So the work program adopted. Congratulations. So now we would like to move on to next item. I just want to remind ourselves that we have 2 more items to go. it's a LDCF, SCCF budget for us, and also that IEO office that working the work program and budget for LDCF, SCCF, so that before it's already 10 o'clock, it's basically the time we are supposed to finish, so that let us finish those two items that as swiftly as possible without compromising the substance. But before we welcome a new chair, so that let us get on the business. So now next item is agenda item, I think it's 4, is that an administrative budget for LDCF, SCCF. I'd like to invite Cheese to present the paper. Cheese, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can you see my presentation on screen now?
Not yet.
Okay. Oh dear, has it come up?
Not yet, unfortunately. There we are. Now it's coming.
Thank you. Apologies for the delay. I'll be quick. So the fiscal year 21 administrative budget for the Least Developed Countries Fund and the Special Climate Change Fund is presented to the Council. The document summarizes activities undertaken in fiscal year 21. Sorry, I need to turn something off. Sorry. The document summarizes activities undertaken in fiscal year 20, supported by those two trust funds by the GEF Secretariat, staff, the trustee, and the IEO. It also presents the business plans for fiscal year 21 and the proposed budget to carry out the business plan. So this slide summarizes activities undertaken by the GEF Secretariat in fiscal year 20 based on the council approved budget and business plan. I'm not going to go through this because the CEO as well as Gustavo already highlighted some of the key elements, such as the launch of the challenge program, as well as the work program and the outreach to the donors and the pledge event we had in September 2019, co-hosted by Germany. With the onset of the COVID-19 crisis, the team continued to engage with agencies and countries to present the work program and also shifted to the virtual modality. While some major issues have been postponed to fiscal year 21, a significant portion of the work that entailed travel as well as movements were completed by March 2020. The slide here shows the requested budget for fiscal year 21. For the LDCF, the total request is $1,599,674 to cover the activities to be undertaken by the Secretariat, staff, the trustee, as well as IEO. For the SCCF, the total request is $797,924. Just as a comparison, the fiscal year 21 LDCF budget request is 1.8%, which is about $29,000 below the fiscal year 20 budget. For the SCCF, the fiscal year 21 budget request is 7.2%, or about $53,000 above the fiscal year 20 budget. Similar to the GF corporate budget approved yesterday, the fiscal year 21 budget request for the LDCF and SCCF also reflects the anticipated impacts of the COVID-19 on expenditures and the business plan. This slide summarizes the proposed business plan to be undertaken by the GEF Secretariat for the LDCF and SCCF. Two major elements to be undertaken include 1, actions to address the COVID-19 responses, and 2, the development of a new climate change adaptation program and strategy and policy enhancement. In addition to these two elements, I shall mention that the Secretary will continue to carry out the ongoing work for the LDCF and SCCF, such as continuing to operationalize the current programming strategy, consultations with countries, review and processing of country-driven adaptation projects, collaboration with the GCF, as well as the outreach and partnership for enhanced adaptation action. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Chase. A very concise presentation. Now, I'd like to open the floor for comments and questions. Floor is open. William, you can take a look at the flag list.
First speaker is Marita from Sweden.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Sweden is happy to approve the FY21 budget request, which we find justified. And we have a few questions only. We would like the Secretariat's assessment on how they foresee the workload of the LDCF and SCCF respectively be impacted by the preparation of a new programming strategy in view of GEF 8. Then we also sent earlier, I think yesterday or the day before, written questions on some of the aspects of the preparation of the programming strategy. You mentioned in the document that you plan to initiate negotiations for the 2022-2026 GEF programming strategy in coordination with the GEF 8 replenishment. And we had some questions on what this implies in practice. We were also wondering whether you were planning to set up a working group like you did when you prepared the first programming strategy. We thought that was very useful, so we would be interested in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sana from the CSOs.
Thank you very much. This is a very good presentation. Just I have 2 points to talk. One is the new adaptation program development. Good. My question is based on the current global situation, because it is not only COVID, the risk from COVID is one, and then risk is creating another risk. So what are the measures you are considering for this particular adaptation? Are you considering only the risk of the COVID, or there is also risk from the COVID? Risk from the risk of the COVID. And second point is due to COVID, this is not directly fully aligned with this session, but connected as the budget issues are there. Due to COVID, there are a lot of activities, events have been cancelled by the GEF. So what is the possibility that GEF can allocate some resources to the HGP to do the some assessment at the grassroots level, because they have the only opportunity to see at the grassroots level to see how the COVID is impacting to the people's lives, livelihoods, environments, and other issues. So if there is some resources, then we can work with the SGP, and then we can assist them to do the even the baseline, the impact, how it has impacting, and then what is next, what are the challenges they have, what are the capacities they have, how the what the additionality need to be added into the process to adapt to this changes situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No more speakers for now.
Thank you. So I would like to ask Cheese, or if want to Gustavo to come in to respond to those questions. Cheese or Gustavo, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why don't I start to answer the questions? The 2 questions from Sweden. On the question of the workload moving forward to carry out the strategy development, we are actually almost finalizing the vacancy recruitment, and we are expecting to have a fully staffed team very soon. So with that team, as well as support from the GEF Secretariat as a whole, we will continue to move forward on the strategy development with the fully staffed team as well as experienced personnel. On the question of the link between the GEF 8 programming directions development and the LDCF SCCF programming direction development, both of these elements will be presented to Council at the same time in May or June of 2022. So while the specifics of the replenishment schedule are yet to be worked out, we do think having some elements such as the technical advisory group meetings that we discussed yesterday, organized in parallel between the LDCF and SCCF side, as well as the GEF 8 side, the GEF Trust Fund side, would really enable us to cross-fertilize on the ideas among the funds, as well as to achieve some cost savings. The actual negotiations among countries will be organized separately because there are different sets of donors for the LDCF as well as SCCF. And we would also need more targeted outreach and consultations with the LDCs, particularly for the LDCF. But we do also think it's a good idea, once again, to set up a group of donor countries to delve deeper into the needs as well as issues to be highlighted and reflected in the LDCF and SCCF strategy. Okay, on the question on there was a question on a CSO representative on measurement of risk. Yes, there are risks associated with COVID as well as other risks that are going to be impacted by COVID-19. Similar to the current practice, what we will do is during the project preparation stage, we will ask the countries and agencies to do more in-depth risk assessments, highlight what those might be, and also making sure that the mitigation strategy as well as the risk strategies themselves can be developed and reflected in the projects as they come back for the CEO endorsement for the cohort of projects that are put in front of the council for approval right now. Thank you, and also for the question for the SGPs. We are actually taking measures to ensure that the outreach as well as consultation activities that are mandated as well as required for all the project design will continue to go ahead, because all the agencies are actually coming up with their own risk mitigation strategies that will enable us to tap into the practices that they will establish at their corporate level as well as project level. So we will continue to rely on that and work through the mechanisms to ensure the necessary consultations as well as outreach activities will continue to happen. And I should also mention that GEF Secretariat itself is committed to making sure that these kind of consultations with the countries will continue to happen virtually or through other means. And I think that those were the questions that were presented in front of me. Gustavo, Madam Co-Chair, back to you.
No, I think you covered it well, Chiz. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's good. That's good. So, William, are there any flag remains on the floor?
No further requests for the floor. Thank you.
That's great. Okay, so I'd like to invite the council to adopt this proposed budget. Thank you so much. The budget proposal adopted. Congratulations. So now let us move on to the another important item, FY21 work program and budget for the Independent Evaluation Office of the GEF under LDCF and SCCF. I'd like to invite Yuha to present the paper. Yuha, you are on.
Thank you, Naoko. I will also be very quick, maybe not quite as quick as Chiz was, but I try to be as quick as possible. So it is my pleasure to present to you the IEO work program and budget pertaining to LDCF and SCCF. But please allow me first present the highlights of the annual evaluation report of the two funds. Right. The AER 2020 covers 29 completed projects, of which 21 are from LDCF and 8 are from SCCF, having a combined value of $118.6 million in LDCF SCCF funding, and $280.8 million in materialized co-financing. 78% of these projects in the AER 2020 cohort were rated moderately satisfactory or higher on quality of outcomes achieved at completion, consistent with the performance of the overall cohort of completed projects. 60% of the projects were rated in the moderately likely or likely range for sustainability of project benefits, compared with 65% for all projects previously covered in AERs. M&E design at entry for the AER 2020 cohort is strong, with 83% of projects rated moderately satisfactory or higher. Ratings were somewhat lower for M&E implementation, in which only 18 of the 28 projects which had ratings available, or 65%, were rated moderately satisfactory or higher. The AER 2020 also reports on gender considerations and innovative approaches in these projects. Gender considerations improved during implementation. Approximately 75% of projects either improved or maintained their gender rating at completion compared with ratings at entry. With regard to the 25% of projects that saw a downgrade in gender rating during implementation, it was often the case that activities or provisions designed to mainstream gender into the project failed to take place as planned. In the case of projects that received a higher rating at completion than at entry, project terminal evaluations report on high levels of participation from women, with efforts made to ensure gender balance in activities and in project benefits as well. The AER paid particular attention to identifying innovative approaches included in the projects. In fact, most projects had innovative elements which depended very much on the context. We looked for approaches that are new either in the project area or to a specific issue tackled by the projects. Examples include piloting a participatory community process to select project sites for installation of rural water systems in Nicaragua, piloting an innovative participatory approach using risk maps to identify risk and vulnerabilities to communities and to develop coastal adaptation measures in Sao Tome and Principe, and a case in Mongolia where new mass messaging technology used normally for news dissemination was employed for natural hazard and pest outbreak early warning systems. Lessons learned from these cases of piloting innovative approaches or technology focused on challenges to consider, including that innovation requires extra time and attention, consideration of context and beneficiary purchasing power, and strong M&E. So, for example, we saw in Jordan a case where there was innovative irrigation technologies introduced for smallholder farmers to reduce their vulnerability to climate change. But in the end, they were beyond the farmers' purchasing power. So in addition to the environmental constraints, the project should have adapted or should have considered the socio-economic context of the poor smallholder farmers. In the management action record, the MAR, we are tracking the decisions pertaining to the LDCF program evaluation that was presented in June 2016 and the SCCF program evaluation presented in May 2017. In both cases, the adoption of the decisions is rated substantial. We have actually retired the recommendations pertaining to the LDCF program evaluation because they were basically adopted, but we will continue to track adoption in the case of the SCCF evaluation. With regard to our work program, in fiscal 20 that is now coming to an end, the two main activities were the preparation of the AER, which I have just presented, and the revised LDCF SCCF M&E guidance document that reflects the GEF separation of the monitoring and evaluation policies last year. This will be also finalized once the revisions recommended by the IEO peer review to the new evaluation policy are approved finally by the Council in December of this year. In the next fiscal year, the IEO will assess the terminal evaluation submitted to the office for the purposes of the AER 2021. We will also continue to conduct the LDCF program evaluation that is already well underway. Most of the evaluation work, including the portfolio review and country visits, have been completed, and our original plan was to present the evaluation already to this meeting, but we decided to postpone it due to the current circumstances and will present it to the December Council meeting. We plan to conduct an update of the SCCF program evaluation for the June 21 Council meeting. In this case, post-completion site visits are planned for February 21. But if the travel restrictions due to the COVID-19 pandemic are still in place, we will have to reconsider the plan at that stage. All of this evaluative work we're doing around LDCF and SCCF will also feed into OPS 7 with regard primarily to climate change adaptation. Adaptation will also be included in OPS 7 in specific studies on, for example, performance strategies and approaches and gender equality. As you have seen, the SCC is a strategic country cluster evaluations have also considered adaptation and LDCF project especially. And you have seen the approach paper to OPS 7 that we discussed just a while ago. So this table shows the multi-annual budget for the fiscal 20 to 23 work program for IEO that has been approved by the Council earlier. As we're almost at the end of fiscal 20, we estimate that the approved budget of 93,000 for the current year will be fully utilized. As was already indicated in Gis's presentation previously, our request for fiscal 21 is $117,000. And this budget is divided so that 41,000 is from LDCF and 76,000 from SCCF. The IEO work program has been tailored so that the approved budgets will allow for an effective and efficient delivery of the proposed evaluation work. The amounts shown for the fiscal 21 activities contribute to the cost of a senior evaluation officer from the IEO to manage and the cost of other IEO staff to carry out the activities. You will note that the largest single item on the budget, all of $45,000, pertains to the SCCF program evaluation for next year. So this is what I ask for your approval. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Juha. Now I'd like to open the floor for comments and questions for Juha. William, you can manage the speakers list, please.
Thank you. First speaker is Cordula from Germany.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Juha, for the presentation. We welcome the IEO work program and endorse the proposed budget for the financial year 21. We welcome the ongoing evaluations and appreciate efforts to pursue evaluations despite the difficult circumstances. We take note of the conclusions and recommendations included in the annual evaluation report and call on the Secretariat to implement them as quickly as possible. While we are pleased to learn that gender considerations generally improved, we would like to highlight need to look closer into those 25% with degraded gender outcomes. As addressed before, we share the view that the GEF Secretariat should look into options to more strategically communicate the added value and unique selling point of both the LDCF and SCCF to demonstrate the political marketing value and thus attract a more diversified donor basis. We are looking forward to the results of the LDCF program evaluation to be presented at the next council meeting and the guidance presented therein. Thank you.
Thank you. Sana from the CSOs is next.
Presentations from the IU is always impressive. This is very good. Thank you. And for doing great job, it also creates more trust from us to do more. So hope they accept our request positively. In terms of the findings for gender considerations, the 75% improved. My question is, from what baseline or from what standard they could identify this increasing, and what is the level of engagement and contribution they made into the project? And if there is also, we will also be happy to hear the number or percentage of the children or elderly people or people with disabilities, women or girls, they joined in the process, so that there are some transformation took place. And then relating to review of midterm review, last council meeting we also discussed, we have experienced that all the projects, when the end of the project, the review have been done, and then the achievement, if there is any improvement need, there is no opportunity because time is gone. So is there any, this is a question to the council, is there any mechanism or thoughts or ideas that all the GEF projects, there should be a midterm review? The third point is gender equality, because it is the part of this presentation. So gender equality, I am very much aware of the document from the GEF. It is a policy strategic document, but it is not giving very much concrete steps, way forward, how to go, when to do, how, who will do what. So do you have any plan to have the gender mainstreaming guidance manual, so that all the agencies, they will follow that manual, and all the sector governments, countries, they will also follow that on. It will help them to speak in same language, and it will be measurable. Then it will help to really transform this progress for gender equality. If not, then we are afraid the progress cannot be measured. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. There are no further speakers from the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I ask Yuha to respond to those questions?
Yeah, certainly. Again, I don't think that there is very much to respond to. The gender issue continues to be something that that needs to be paid attention to clearly. On how we have been looking into this issue and how, what the baseline is basically that we look at the projects at the entry and at the closing, and we give ratings at both points, at the beginning and at the end, and that the beginning is basically the baseline, and obviously the reference point there is the policy that is valid at the time of the project approval. So we don't hold them responsible for policies, GEF policies that were not in place when the projects were designed and so forth. So actually the requirements have gotten more stringent later. So that's one of these things. I think that's mostly the thing, and in a way, I mean, when it comes to these the specificities or the specific value of the LDCF and SCCF, of course, the evaluations can also shed light on how these programs are quite specific in their targets and the kinds of programs that they fund. So I hope those will be useful. Of course, we are not only focusing on the positive findings of the evaluations in that regard. Did I miss anything particular?
William can check the flag from the floor. I guess not.
Yes, no, we're just giving a couple of seconds, but I see no further requests.
Sure. That's great. So I'd like to invite the council to adopt this proposed decision. Thank you so much. Decision made, proposal adopted. Thank you so much. So you have congratulations. So let us now move on to the next item. There is no addition under other business. So I think that we can go directly to summary of the chair. Actually, the summary of the LDCF SCCF will be sent shortly while we are working on or going through the summary of the chair of the GEF Trust Fund. So by now, I think that you have received and that you may have an opportunity to take a quick look at the summary of the chair of GEF main trust fund. So let's see, where is it? All right. William?
Yes?
May I go on?
Oh yes, please go ahead. I thought you were having some internal consultation. No, yes.
No. Okay.
Everybody has received, I hope everybody has received the summary of the group chairs, and we're just preparing the summary of the LDCF, SCCF to send out.
All right. So let's go from paragraph by paragraph. So that then the first three paragraphs, 1 to 3, is opening of the meeting, which is much more kind of ceremonial or procedural. So that let's go from the paragraph 4 to actually paragraph 78, which is they are about work program for GEF Trust Fund. So paragraph 4 to 5, then right. So do you have any issues from paragraph 4 to 78? Okay, so let's move on to next agenda item.
Sorry, Naoko. Sorry,
yeah?
Naoko. Aparna has requested the floor.
Okay, Aparna.
Thank you, Nauko. I just wanted to know regarding paragraph 43, what would be the timeline? Because there are some additional comments in that. Would it be the same timeline as for the others?
43?
43, yes. Following 31 projects to
I
arrange
think
for
so.
Okay.
Yeah, Gustavo, any, am I right that it follow the same timeline?
Yes, it's the same.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the confirmation. So, okay, so now that we are now entering the paragraph 79 to 82. So it's a GEF, actually corporate budget. No questions? Good. So paragraph 83 is about IEO work program and budget. Then paragraph 84 and 85, report of the SRC. Okay, no questions. Then paragraph 86 is the one that we discussed this morning. So this is a revised paragraph, and I hope this reflects today's discussion. Then paragraph 87, it's approach paper by IEO for seventh comprehensive evaluation of the GEF, OPS 7.
I'm sorry, Naoko, could we hold on a bit, please? Because one of our council members says she has not received the summary. So let's hold on just a little bit, see if we can get it to her.
Yeah. Okay, so William, you let me know that when I can open.
Please, yes, just a couple more minutes.
Sure. So while we are waiting for one council member to receive the summary of the chair, you may want to take a look at the summary of the chair of LDCF, SCCF, which was already sent. Not yet? It's going to be sent. Yeah. All right. So it's coming.
Okay, it has arrived now. Just give them a couple of minutes to take a look.
Okay.
You see, what we are doing is we're replicating the real life here in DC when we get photocopies. So
I know.
pretend we're making the photocopies and we'll be with you very quickly.
No, actually, it seems this one is quicker. Maybe we should do it next time. So you just let me know when I can, initiate. I can resume.
Yes, I'm waiting for their okay. Just hold on a couple of seconds. Okay, you may proceed now, Naoko. Thank you.
Okay, I will do that. So, so he or she has catched up, caught up till the actually the place and we are leaving. We were almost ending to the paragraph 88. It's a closure of the meeting. So I hope that then.
Well, let's since they're listening, if they have a comment to say, they can ask for the floor.
Okay.
And we can allow them to make whatever comment since they may not have been able to do it earlier.
Sure. So anybody who has a comment or now has an opportunity to take a look at the entire document, could you please raise your hands through system? William, have you seen any flags or do?
Yes,
Okay.
Hannah from the US wishes to take the floor.
Sure.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, and apologies for the technical difficulties in getting this. And I just want to make sure that I am looking at the correct paragraphs here. So are we essentially looking at paragraphs 84 through 88? Is that correct?
No, actually, that we are looking at entire documents. Right now, yeah, we are around 84, 85, but
Okay, thank you.
yeah. Are you all right now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So William, can you check any other flags or hands raised?
No other requests for the floor for now.
Mm-hmm. So may I invite the council to adopt the summary of the chair? So thank you so much. The summary of the chair for a GEF Trust Fund is adopted. So now I don't know if by now you have received the LDCF, SCCF summary of the chair.
I sent it about 1 minute or two ago, so
So
hopefully
maybe
it's
they need a
arriving.
few more. Yeah, maybe we need a few more minutes, a few to receive and then to go through. Maybe William, could you ask that then them that then if they need more time or they can they flag that if they need more time?
Yes, I see at least one council member saying that she has not received the document yet. So
right.
Let's give another few minutes.
Sure, absolutely, yeah. So yeah, let us take a pause here.
Hopefully you all have it by now. If there's anybody who hasn't received it, please let us know. Okay, at least one person has not got it yet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we're ready to go.
Okay, so thank you so much. So let's go from actually the para by para, paragraph 1 and 2, procedural. So paragraph 3 to 6 are about work program of LDCF. Any comments? Could we move on to paragraph 7? It's about administrative budget of LDCF and SCCF. If no questions, let's move on to paragraph 8. It's about work program and budget for IEO office. Then other business. Then summary of the chair and the closure of the meetings. William, maybe you can check that if there are any flags and the hands raised from the floor.
Okay, one of the council members needs just another couple of moments. Thumbs up, so we're ready to go. No further comments.
Okay, good. All right, so with that, propose the summary of the chair adopted. Thank you so much. So it actually brought us to the end of the working session or work session. So now well done to everybody. Now that we enter into the maybe the session that everybody is waiting so long, indeed. So this is a final agenda item. So it's invitation to new chair and to address to this council, and also that maybe an opportunity for me to say a final final word. But so I see the Carlos and already on actually the screen that then so I know he is there. So I have this incredible privilege to introduce the newly elected CEO and chairperson, Carlos Manuel Rodriguez. Carlos is well known and very, very respected in our community as a key figure who helped to transform Costa Rica as a model country in environment and sustainable development. Under his leadership, Costa Rica doubled the size of its forest, made its power sector 100% renewable, and became a top ecotourism destination. I really believe the council has shown enormous wisdom in selecting him for the next crucial phase of the GEF. So I want to invite Carlos to say a few words to this council. Carlos, please come on.
Thank you, Naoko, and thank you all. It is such a pleasure to connect faces with names, because it is not until today that I have the opportunity to do this. Even though I know some of you, and I were able to meet some of you during the recruitment process. So it is a real pleasure to be able to be here. And Naoko, thank you so much as well. I'm really pleased, excited, and honored to be able to lead with all of you in this organization. Naoko, I remember very well the first time that we met. It was in 2012. We had a common friend. You were just getting into your new position, and we were in a social event. And you asked me for, you made me a question about forest conservation. I told you, I remember very well. I told you, Naoko, you know what? Why don't you come to Costa Rica? And in the field, we can talk beneath the forest. We can talk about that. And to my surprise, a couple of months, 3 months later, we were down there in Costa Rica, and we had a wonderful 3-day conversation in the forest, where I was able to really share some of my experiences on forest conservation, biodiversity conservation, climate change, and definitely, I'm really proud to continue building on your legacy now, on your legacy, on the legacy of this council. I think that it is totally evident that to all of us that we have a very short 10-year period to really, tackle global challenges. And most importantly, to be on path for the 1.5. And I hope that we can agree on a post-2020 framework on high ambition, where 30% land conservation, ocean conservation will be our apex target by 2030. And I don't see any way that we may be able to be on track on those global challenges without recognizing that the GEF partnership should be in the center of that. And I strongly believe that we should be a huge agent of change in this context. There is no other agency, there is no other partnership or fund that does what we do in the way we do it. Unfortunately, up to today, what we have done, even though it is great, hasn't had an impact at the global level. And I think that we need to really understand that we have this very short 10-year period to be able to put production and consumption on the sustainability path. I'm really optimistic that we will become a super visible organization in the context, not just of the G20 economies, but in the eyes of every single citizen. We all know what GEF is and what have done. But to be very frank, the rest of them doesn't know what GEF is. In that respect, I look forward to work with the council, with the secretariat. I also want to, be very grateful with your staff, Naoko. What your staff has done is extremely good, and they deserve a lot of merit in the work that they've done. So working with all of you in order to position the GEF in the center, particularly in the center of these hopefully green recovery plans. We will go probably later this year and next year into a huge economic recession. And the way out of the economic recession is very simple. We go back to business as usual, or the economic approach to deal with the recession is a green one. And I hope it is a green one. And if it is a green one, we should be in the center of that. With this, I want to thank you once more, all of you. I'm extremely thrilled and happy for the opportunity. Most importantly, I'm honored because of the trust that I have received from all of you. And I look forward to have a next council meeting where we can be able, face on face, be able to interact. Thank you, Naoko, for the opportunity. Thank you, council members. Thank you, the GEF Secretariat members.
Thank you, Carlos, for such an inspiring words from you. Now, I would like to open the floor to the council members and for your comments and the questions and everything. Right?
Naoko,
yes?
Unfortunately, earlier, China was not able to connect to make a comment they wanted to make. So I wonder if we can give them the floor now.
Sure. Okay, so Carlos, just pause, and then this is live, right? So that then give them a few moments. So let's pause it. Let's listen to China. Is that Mr. Wan?
Yeah, and thank you, William. And sorry, colleagues, I just use this opportunity to congratulate Carlos for you assumption of the CEO of GEF. We are all looking forward to working with you closely in the future. And also taking this opportunity, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Naoko for your leadership in the past 8 years. Your dedication, guidance to GEF contributed quite a lot to the achievement. So we hope you will continue to support the GEF the future. no matter where you are going work, or maybe you just enjoy your life after, but really enjoy working with you, and thank you so much. So
Okay,
sorry. Let me come back to the chair summary on the GEF Council, because this is not about others business, just about China's. We had a comment on the footnote of 3 about our position on one project. So I don't want to waste the others' time, and I would like to, reflect our position to the secretariat and through the email, and just stop here. Thank you.
Understand. And so I understand it will be recorded as a highlight. That will be
Not
maybe
only
the
highlight
understanding.
in the summary.
Okay, so that so the summary needs to be changed.
It is just a footnote about that
Ah.
project. So it doesn't matter about the other issues, others' positions. It's just about our position.
So that if the summary needs to be changed, I think that it needs to be sent out to the council, or maybe you can just read it out. It's about the footnote. Is that right?
Yes, and okay, I could read.
This is footnote 3, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. So, in light of the second wildlife sanctuary in the project is located in the China-Bhutan disputed areas, China
Please get a bit closer to your microphone, Jungping, please.
Okay, so in light of the second wildlife sanctuary in this project is located in the China-Bhutan disputed areas, China opposes and does not join the council decision on this project.
So basically, it's this redrafting of the footnotes.
So this is changed from China abstains to China opposed with the reason stated. Am I correct on that?
That was the proposal from China, yes.
Right. So I just want to check with the council members, and if that change to the footnote is acceptable to everyone.
Aparna, are you requesting the floor on this topic?
Yeah, disputed. Yeah. Mhm. I have a point to make.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so because Bhutan falls in my constituency, and we are not clear whether Bhutan also accepts this as a disputed area. So whether it is disputed or not has been opined by China, but not by Bhutan. So I suggest that if the footnote is amended to China objects and does not join the council, that may be more appropriate, rather than ascribing reasons when those reasons are not shared by the other country involved here. If that could be done, I think we will be able
Understand.
to.
Yeah, I think it's a very fair way of treating this last minute. It's actually more than last minute change. So at China, I hope that is okay with you, because otherwise we are not able to finish this and conclusion of the summary of the chair. So basically, you will change the status to the objection, but without citing why it is, because otherwise it will, the other party may lose the opportunity to state their own position.
And the explanation can still go in the highlights.
That's true. Mr. Wan, is that okay with you?
Well, thank you, Pana and Norco and other colleagues. Actually, what we would like to do is just follow the of GEF Council summary. So actually, it is quite rare for China to say objection to one project. But this one, you know, we have to highlight the reason. So sorry about that, but I don't want to waste your time. And could I just come back to my authorities for your proposal, and we will come back to you tomorrow because it is very late night in Beijing, so we cannot consult with my authorities now.
I actually that that means we are not able to conclude this summary of the chair today, which is creates a little bit of the issue to this entire council. But is that not good enough to you, Mr. Wan? That so China opposed that then that the reason could be recorded in the highlight. I just do not want to drag everybody that to this issue and without actually the closing this council without decision.
Well, Norco, we don't want to block the decision making on this summary. Actually, this is something requested by my authority. So I don't have authority to say yes to this because, you know, I have to consult with report back to the my
Okay,
authority.
William, in the past, how did you handle this kind of case? That the footnote may change and then it comes after the actually that then towards the end, and have we actually that then had any procedure to bring this
Well,
back to them?
Well, this is, of course, as Zhongjing himself mentioned, unusual. But one thing we could do is to adopt everything else in the text, and then we can discuss this footnote once his authorities have been consulted. Maybe they will, understand the logic that you have explained, and we can then accept it. Of course, we will send a communication to all the council explaining whatever the decision is, but at least it allows us to have the full text except the one footnote.
So this is more like an going towards a kind of decision confirmed by email, something like that.
You could describe it like that.
All right. Okay, so I think that that may be the best we can do.
May I be heard, Naoko?
Sure,
before
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, so we are a little concerned about delay in the decision of the council. And what we feel is that the earlier suggestion made by William, that if Zhongjing is obliged to reflect the reason as per China in the proceedings, the highlight would be the appropriate place to reflect it, because as I said, it is not an unchallenged view, and therefore it need not be part of the minutes, which, as you know, are basically a formal statement. So I believe that the earlier solution if you were to take that stand, would be more acceptable to our constituency. And we would not like to see a delay in the approval for the project of a small country like Bhutan because of the opinion of one member, which is also not challenged. I am agreeable to changing the language from abstains to object, and for having the Chinese view, which, as I said, is not unchallenged, reflected in the highlights. But I am not quite happy with the delaying the approval for a single project.
I very much understand your point, Napana. That's why we are trying to find the best solution between China's authority and
Yeah.
and you.
And I might say, yeah, and as I might say, I mean, Zhang Jing is also a civil servant, like I am, for example. So, what is important is that the view is reflected. That may be their requirement, not that it should be reflected in the footnote or in the summary, but that if it is in the highlights, which is a part of the record, as I understand, it should be good. But I do not think that we should be delaying any project for a reason such as this.
Yeah, we are not delaying the projects. It's a matter of maybe one day or overnight that while that he's seeking that an approval from his authority. So I'm not delaying this entire package, and we can maybe do it in really the overnight if it is acceptable to the entire council, so that then it's more like an I'm actually really exploiting the flexibility on everybody's side. And for China, I really would like to see that to change the language of the objection, but not to raise the reason to that in this formal summary of the chair, but explain it in the highlight. So that then at least it's recorded, at least your statement is recorded, your position is recorded. And then it may satisfy the other part of the dispute. But I also would like to make sure that we will not delay this entire approval process that too much. So that's why that the best I think we can do is to really to ask the China to seek his approval just overnight so that then we can go ahead and with this approval. Does it work or it doesn't?
We would like to have a look at the highlight as it is to be reflected by the Secretariat. And we would like the response given by Gustavo yesterday in a response to the issue raised by Council Member for China to also be recorded in the highlight. I think that would be a more fair and transparent recording of what actually transpired. And in the highlights, it's okay, we can, because that is more a kind of aid the memoir. But in the formal summary, we will not be agreeable. And I think you should think through what will happen if tomorrow China still says that we want to have it there. So will we have a council meeting for it, or will it be referred to us? Or
okay.
So that's why I feel when all of us are present here, it's probably better to take the decision now and accommodate the requirements specified by Zhang Jing in the way that was originally just suggested by William. That's what I feel.
Noriko, can I say something?
Sure, please.
Yes, and I'm very clear. We don't want to block the decision making, and just would like to ask for overnight, maybe 10 hours to have the decision, right? And we know there's one concern from another member, councilman. But I would like to remind Apana that you look at the previous chair summary, and in the footnote, there's, the practice that, upon the request by the council member, it is clear why they oppose or objection some project, but at the same time, they don't want to block the decision like that. So this is not something we ask for actual. We just follow the practice in the past. But I would like to, reflect concern, to my authorities, and we'll try to, maintain consensus in council.
So Nauko, we can wait a day for John Rink to consult and get back to you, but I hope that it will be done in a transparent manner from the Secretariat. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you so much. Yeah, I think that may be the way to go. And trust us, rest assured that we will really treat this in a very transparent manner. So that then, as suggested, that then actually, except for that footnote to be changed, that then the main body of the summary of the chair is adopted as it is. And then there may be actually that change, that then, but we will take it in a very transparent manner overnight, and we'll definitely involve that everybody involved in this that issue. So with that, could we come back to the agenda finale? I think that it's always this is live, right? And I thought we are really entering into finale, and somehow that the amount is still somewhere that we haven't really reached the top yet. But if that's okay, we just want to continue. And then I think that where we left is that I open the floor for the council members' comments, and then actually the statement for Carlos. So could I just resume that session? And maybe William, you can actually tell us who raised the hand.
Yes, thank you very much. As agreed among the council members, there will be one speaker for the developed countries, one speaker for the developing countries, and one speaker from the CSOs, and then a couple more. So let me start in that order. And on behalf of everybody, I give the floor to Ben from the UK.
Thank you very much, William, and thank you very much, Noko. And on behalf of the UK and also donors as well, I would like to welcome Carlos to the GEF and offer our congratulations to you on your appointment. And also many thanks to your introduction and passionate words. I think it feels a bit odd for someone who's relatively new to the GEF family, like myself, to welcome you to the GEF, given that you're a far older hand in respect to the GEF. And by the way, I'm not talking about I'm talking about age than that one. We very much welcome you come with years, and maybe I should say decades of engagement with the GEF right up to the time of its formation. You're also extremely well versed in environmental challenges and the drivers of environmental degradation the GEF has and will need to continue to tackle more forcefully in the future. I think you have many achievements you're rightly proud of as Minister of Environment and Energy in Costa Rica, for example, payment for environmental services and forest restorations. I think Naoko also mentioned that as well. In short, you know GEF and this agenda extremely well. I think this will be particularly important, leading GEF in the next few years. As you'll have heard from council members in this meeting, there's critical work for GEF to do going forward in response to both the immediate crisis, but also the longer term environmental crisis, such as biodiversity loss and climate change. And I think you've said yourself that we must seek transformational systems change to respond to the friction between nature and humans to address these challenges. And obviously, we're obviously keen, as you I think just said now, to try to seek to respond to this immediate one in a green way, to have a green recovery. I think you've also said that to address the systemic global crisis cannot be tackled in isolation because they're all interconnected. And I think such awareness will be invaluable as GEF builds on the work under GEF 7, which has increasingly taken an integrated approach to environmental degradation. So in short, we look forward to working with you on these agendas as we move towards the replenishment of GEF under GEF 8. Maybe I'll stop there. I know it's late and very late for colleagues in Australia and New Zealand, but just to repeat the welcome to you as the new CEO and chairperson of GEF.
Thank you, Ben. You're very, very kind.
Thank you, Ben. And now on behalf of the developing recipient countries, Brenda from Mexico.
First, it is my pleasure to welcome you, Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, as the new elected Chief Executive Officer of the GEF for the 2020-2024 period. On behalf of our constituency and on behalf of the council members from developing countries, we're particularly glad to see a CEO from a recipient country and with a strong background and experience in pushing forward the environmental agenda in developing countries. We look forward to working with you during these times of global uncertainty due to COVID-19 pandemic, and where the environmental challenges that lie ahead of us in terms of climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, pollution, and ocean conservation are increasing and must be urgently recognized as underlying causes of numerous health, economic, and social issues. Also, we have identified 3 key challenges for the upcoming years. First, during your term, we will negotiate the 8th GEF replenishment in a global context where the multilateral system faces uncertainty and countries will be focused on their domestic recovery plans due to the coronavirus pandemic. Therefore, it is important to ensure a negotiation process in which we can guarantee a successful replenishment. Second, ambitious environmental goals must be matched with effective actions on the ground. The GEF must scale up its effort in delivering high-impact projects where resources are strategically directed to countries that can achieve the highest global environmental benefits. Third, the GEF must continue working on a strong partnership with multiple stakeholders, such as civil society organizations and indigenous people. In this regard, we would like to advance on strengthening private sector involvement with broader approach, not only through finance, but also through long-term initiatives in supply chain and consumption, as you have already mentioned in your speech. With these challenges in mind and your relevant experience, I am sure you will adequately address the needs of both recipient and donor countries in order to face the global obstacles of our environment under the guidance of the conventions. As Minister of Environment of Costa Rica, you have shown great dedication to advancing nature conservation and the fight against climate change at the national and international level. And we are confident you will do so again in GEF. Therefore, it is my pleasure to welcome you as the Executive Director of the GEF. Thank you, William, and welcome, Carlos.
Muchas gracias, Brenda. De verdad que te lo agradezco muchísimo. Muy amable.
Thank you very much. And now on behalf of the CSOs and indigenous peoples, Lucy, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, William, and thank you, everyone. On behalf of Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group and all other Indigenous people, women and youth, and also our civil society colleagues, CSO networks, I would like to take this opportunity first to thank you, Naoko Ichi, sincerely on the great support you have provided for Indigenous peoples and all the civil society communities, including Indigenous women and youth, not only as your leadership platform for Indigenous people's voice to be heard, but you took action to ensure significant funding support for Indigenous peoples. Illustrative of this is your positive support on IPAC efforts in developing the Inclusive Conservation Initiative. This is an amazing a project that reaffirms the affinity of Indigenous people's culture with nature, which is the main reason 80% of the planet's biodiversity are located in our traditional territories. Likewise, the sustained support of funding for small grants program, put in place the fellowship program that has motivated and strengthened Indigenous youth capacity at the national, regional, and international levels. We say thank you and wish you all best in your next step. And now, IPAC also congratulates IPAC Plus, the CSO network, and all our civil society out there, congratulates and extend warm welcome to Mr. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez. We know you to be a longtime friend of Indigenous peoples, communities, and other civil society people, and have worked with many Indigenous peoples networks, movements in different regions at different levels. We look forward to your leadership and really welcome you warmly to this world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, on behalf of the home country of Naoko, I give the floor to Yoshitomo from Japan.
Okay, thank you, William. And thanks for providing me the opportunity to take in the floor at this very important, I should say, historic moment of the GEF. And at the outset, let me convey a sincere congratulations to Mr. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, who was appointed as new CEO and chairperson of the GEF yesterday. And we look forward to working with you over the coming month and years. Now, taking this opportunity, please allow me to deliver a few words of appreciation to the Madam Chair. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest appreciation for your excellent leadership as CEO over the past 8 years. Since you took office as CEO in 2012, the situation surrounding global environment has changed. Significant policies and rules such as SDGs, the Paris Agreement, and the Minamata Convention on Mercury have been adopted. And under these circumstances, you have accomplished remarkable achievements. To give some examples, firstly, I would like to mention the two replenishments, namely GEF 6 and GEF 7, each successfully mobilizing more than $4 billion. It demonstrated the international community's strong recognition of the GEF's achievements of implementing effective and innovative projects and strong support and expectation for the future. Secondly, you took the initiatives in promoting integrated approach as found in the development of the GEF 2020 strategy and the impact programs that brings benefits to multiple sectors. Despite GEF's limited financial resources, these have greatly contributed to the maximization of the results in GEF projects. We would like to see such an approach to be carried over in the future works, enabling the GEF to continuously demonstrate its abilities in efficiently implementing projects and programs. We all know that these examples can go on and on because so many. Now, how was such accomplishments possible? We think all of this could not have been achieved without your vision, determination, and the strong leadership in making vision into action. You have led the professional staff in the Secretariat in alignment with your vision. You have jumped out of the silos and reached out to the stakeholders and the decision makers. Your sincere and firm belief in what you do and the open-mindedness have helped in building trust and strong partnerships at a global scale. As a result, you were successful in strategically positioning the GEF in the environmental finance landscape as the key entity for effective implementation of the conventions, an invaluable contribution to the organization. Now that we all know that the world is currently facing a difficult situation with the COVID-19 pandemic, in view of the importance of the GEF's role in protecting the global environment, it is essential for the entire international community to continue supporting the GEF in order to achieve a common goal, going after the root cause of environmental degradation. By building on the achievements over the past 8 years, the GEF is sure to be heading towards further development and prosperity under the leadership of the new CEO, Carlos Manuel Rodriguez. So to conclude, Naoko-san, thank you very much for your dedicated work, and we wish you all the success in the future. Arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I see everybody applauding silently as you're muted. Thank you all very much for that. And now for a special few words from Stefan from Switzerland.
Thank you, William. Thank you, colleagues. I think I'm the oldest council member, not the most senior, but the oldest in age. So unfortunately, we're not in the cozy World Bank auditorium where we could hug and remind each other of the big, great things that we did together. This is a moment of handover, and it's a little bit odd to do it in this virtual way. Nevertheless, handover means looking forward, and in that respect, we congratulate Carlos Manuel Rodriguez and assure him also of our support to the GEF and look forward to working with him. And it's also a challenge to look back. How can one sum up 8 years of incredible lots of activities, all these facets that the GEF has in just a short statement. I'm glad that somebody was bold enough to try that, not me. It's our professionals from the communication team that did something, and I got a sneak preview, and I think it's an excellent trial to get at least some of the main highlights of the 8 years of Naoko Ishii as a CEO of the GEF. And I think now it's up to the technicians to bring it in.
Is adopted, and we have appointed Ms. Naoko Ishii as our next CEO.
We are clearly at a crucial time in history, and we have been fighting the fight while winning some of the battles, but we are losing the war in the many, many critical areas. It is vital for us to articulate a vision and long-term strategy for the GEF. I have called it GEF 2020. There are so many actors involved in this issue, and I hope IAP can bring those different coalitions of the people together. Nurturing and strengthening the GEF's partnership is a continuous process. This is the way for the GEF to maximize its impact. I am convinced that only when everybody plays their part can we achieve the massive transformation in our economies that is needed to safeguard global environmental commons.
Dear friend, it has been a great honor working with you over the years. You supported indigenous peoples through a small grant project implemented at the community level. You have been a good friend. Thank you for that. Looking forward to work with you in another adventure.
this year. Rio has pioneered new and innovative thinking and instruments.
We are very much gratified to see that the CEO herself have been doing a lot of work on the ground.
And we know that with your leadership and commitment, we'll be able to push forward our development agendas.
We are very confident that you will carry out this job very successfully.
And finally, it seems the world has woken up and started to work together to turn the tragedy of global commons into the opportunity. So, William, what should I say? So I'm so moved. It's a little difficult for me to continue actually. May I just say a final few words now?
Yes, please go ahead now.
Yeah. No, thank you so much. I'm so moved. It's a little difficult really to continue to speak, but thank you. And yesterday at my opening remarks, I reflected my 8 years of journey at the GEF and actually hinted what we have achieved together, but also what are the unfinished agenda. At the starting point of my journey of 80 years, there were several people who planted ideas in me of what the GEF can do. Actually, the Carlos is one of them. And 80 years ago, as he already mentioned, or he revealed our secret, he took me and my family to Costa Rica. I was on vacation, by the way, and he was outside the government, to be clear. But we walked around the rainforest for 2 days, and we totally enjoyed, or I enjoyed, ecotourism. And I saw with my own eyes how a small country like Costa Rica, but with determination and leadership, could transform from a deforested fossil fuel-based economy towards one enjoying 100% renewable energy and a world top ecotourism destination. So that's how I started our journey of 8 years. So that the Carlos, you planted so much of ideas of integration, transformation, and basically the importance of have a big dream. So, and just to see this video over 8 years, I just feel that then together with all of you, we have made such a adventure and such a journey. Let me say a few words about GEF's unfinished agenda and what kind of challenges I think ahead of us. Maybe I have 2 points. The first, despite of those progress, the global environmental community continue to only make an incremental change against exponential problems. So this must change. And the current COVID-19 crisis has taught us how woefully ill-prepared we are for downside risks. But maybe because of these dire shocks, there may be a willingness or interest to embrace major non-incremental change, and we just need to seize this moment. No institution is better equipped to offer the ideas and lead the way than the GEF is, and every single project we fund can and must contribute to the system change, as was the case in Costa Rica, as far as they are managed under the Carlos period. Maybe second unfinished agenda is to this 8 years of journey together, our projects and programs are quite ambitious. But the moment of the truth comes when they hit the ground for implementation. Sometimes they are stuck, not because they are complex, but because political economy factor kicks in a big way. So for system change, unless everybody along the value chain or the landscape or in the sector of the subsector create a coalition and move together, we can't really shift the needle. Then vested interest exists in the system, the forces will remain persistent. Carlos, you have been a politician by choice. I know you can find a way to get this done. And finally, I want to thank one more time the council for our journey together. When I was thinking about my concluding remarks actually last week, I was clearly struck again by the huge importance of your jobs. Combined, you represent 183 national governments. You govern the global financial financing mechanism of global commons, and you do so at the time of this great period. Global programs require global solutions. And as I said yesterday, decisions made by this council, by you, will help determine whether we succeed or we fail. So, but I'm totally confident that the EU Council will continue to make courageous decisions under the leadership of Carlos. I think Ben asked, or Stefan asked, I forgot, that Nafata will be next. So on my side, my plan is to join the University of Tokyo as professor and lead a newly established Center for Global Commons. This is an exciting opportunity for me to continue to be an advocate for global commons. So I know our journey will continue towards the same goal of nurturing stewardship of global commons. It has been my privilege and indeed deep honor to have served this great institution for the past 8 years. My big thanks to the entire GEF family, extended family, and particularly the staff at the GEF Secretariat who supported me for this entire journey. Thank you so much. So moved to skip. So with that, I think the council is concluded. But William, you may make an announcement.
Yes, thank you very much. We couldn't stand, so you could, because we would have disappeared from the cameras, but the applause took up. So let me see. I've been asked to summarize. Summarize again the status of the summary of the co-chairs. Now, the first point is that all the text has achieved consensus. A proposal was made by China to amend footnote 3. This proposal does not achieve consensus. A proposal was made to probably change the word abstains to opposes or objects, and the reasoning behind that be included in the highlights document. China has said that they have to do an internal consultation, and so we hope that they will be able to accept this proposal on the understanding that one of the strengths of the GEF is that it always achieves consensus, and we also find a way to reflect any differences that might exist, and the highlights document is one of the tools that we use for that. Therefore, it is a good option to be able to put everybody's point of view of China, the point of view of those who may disagree, and the explanations given on the specifics by Gustavo. So the whole package can be reflected there. So we have to wait essentially to see if the Chinese authorities are able to accept this compromise proposal. As soon as we have an answer, hopefully it will be positive, in which case we can communicate to the Council that the full text is adopted. If there should be further need then for consultation, we will have to have a consultation with those closely interested, and at the same time keep the rest of the Council informed, which of course we will do via email, because I think that's the most practical. And once we come to a solution, we will again send it to the Council for no objection. So hopefully that reflects the standing and steps that are comfortable for everybody. So let me give a minute or so to see if anybody wishes to take the floor. Otherwise, let me tell you that we normally have a group photo, a family photo. We've done it in different ways in the bank. So this is when we're in the bank setting. This time we've done it differently. We've done it digitally. And so as we finish, it's going to be posted by Nicolas on the screen so everybody can see it. And of course, you'll be able to download it from our website. So I don't think there have been any requests for the floor, and therefore I thank you very much and wish you a great day, night, evening. See you next time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. Bye.
This is great.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Everyone. Thank you, Naoko.
Thank you, Naoko.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye.
Neil. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Sorry, William. Well done.
This is great.
Very nice.
Very nice. Wow.
Cool. Bye.
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 All the best.
Wish you all the best.
The best. Bye-bye.
Carola, I see you.
Bye-bye, Naoko.
Bye-bye, Naoko.
Carola, thank you.
Thank you
Bye,
very much.
Naoko.
Many
Bye.
thanks to William if it's still here, because you did so incredibly well all those days. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. All right. I think that all other council members are gone. I only saw some GEF6 staff stayed online. Right. Good. William, thank you so much. And William, Francois, everybody on this team to make it happen. I think that we really make a big history to do this council meeting online.